Notification. It was found that the owner was in an uncertain situation. The activation system has started. A joyful girl suddenly appeared in front of the young lord, which was very scared of him. The boy reported that one of his grandparents is the best cultivator and the other is the best alchemist. His father is the head of the family and his mother is the best sword. The second uncle was a member of the supreme clan of the ancient Taoist Academy of Immortals. The third uncle is the leader of the Western Desert. So our hero believed that there are quite prominent people in the family. In this case, representing the second generation of Immortal, he stated that he was absolutely not interested in cultivation. The systemic spirit was in despair from these words and did not understand why its carrier behaved in this way. Since ancient times, the world has been worshipped stronger and the ascension was considered the ultimate goal of being. The girl emphasized that Qianfan rests only on her family and does not make efforts at all. The guy, in her opinion, was a shame for the whole world of cultivators. Because of this, she despised him. The descendant of the noble family Lu Qianfan, who was quietly sitting and treating the flavors from the hands of the next fan, looked at the speaker in surprise. The latter was indignant with such a stranger's behavior and attacked to the reproaches for making buka in the middle of the festival of jet waters and wine cups, which occurs only once every 50 years. The girl turned to Chan Yui that was not afraid of her empty threats. She also added that she did not like the subordinate. The crowd whispered that a bold stranger was too boldly behaving and can get Mr. Lu, which in turn would lead to negative consequences. The speaker thought confidently that the crowd did not understand anything because the young man did not approach any of the girls whom he surrounded himself. After all, real men prefer inaccessible women. Chan Yui said Qianfan that he would take the unintended guest, but the guy calmly replied that he should not do it. The young man seemed quite familiar to this scene. He remembered one of the student love dramas. 18 years have passed after its degeneration. The guy remembered that he had undoubtedly obeyed all orders. His responsibilities were only good grades at school, joining the best university, arranging for prestigious work. All his life, Qianfan has outlined the desire of others, never asking himself what he really wants. It was an eternal struggle and exhaustion. It is not even known for what. However, when the guy reborn, he gave himself a promise that he would never be more reached to become better. Our hero decided to live a happy, carefree life. Suddenly it happened. Almost breathing, the guy spit out a sip of drink. A moment before, he read a message that a system of competition was automatically activated through ridicule. Others did not see the system panel, and his supporter asked excitedly whether everything was fine with wine that the young man drank. Lu Qianfan was thinking that the system today is a rather common phenomenon for displaced persons, and it would be strange not to get it. But for some reason it happened so late. The girl recommended that the most happy and powerful spirit of the competitive system arrived at the ruler. She rushed to the young man, indignant that she did not activate her after relocation to the immortal world for 18 years, because he did nothing related to competitions or prevalence. In a moment, she has joyfully told Qianfan that the system would now direct it in the path of cultivation and realizes any desire. For tasks, the young man will receive valuable awards. The guy at once wished the systemic lady to break away from him and enabled the drinks. The girl threw his proposals for boundless power, boundless wealth, and the like, not understanding why Lu Qianfan refuses everything and just prefers to relax. She reminded that the stranger offended the boy in the presence of others, so he should complete the task and take revenge on her. Instead, Qianfan said it was true because he was a real slack. The systemic lady asked why the migrant was behaving this way. The guy was angry. He did not think that he should be better and suggested that the systemic spirit deliberately ignites the conflict on this soil. The girl has bitterly acknowledged that the young man will destroy her excellent track record of ascent of displaced persons. Qianfan noticed that he was returned. He decided not to fight for the rule. The stranger tried to understand Mr. Lu's silence, thinking if she had crossed the border with her actions. Suddenly, the reproaches of Qianfan were heard behind her back that he did not reach a single stage of cultivation and only rests with noble origin. The man confessed to the girl who was fascinated by her fearlessness and was always ready to support her. The systemic spirit suggested performing the task and giving a good breath in the two. With an equidous smile, the young gentleman decided to show the girl how he copes with similar situations. The guy stopped his supporter who was going to drive uninvited guests and turned to the couple with the fact that they had touched him in their own words. He confessed that since childhood he had an unlimited number of elixirs for cultivation and there were many heavenly treasures for games. So, in his opinion, this is what made the guy indifferent to everything. The descendant of a noble family hated his wealth because it was it that turned the young man into an inanimate bowl. Despite the said Chan Yui, in love looked at her passion. The stranger noted that she managed to attract the attention of Qian Fan, and now she needs to fall in love with a boyfriend, changing her own attitude towards him. Suddenly, Lu suggested 5,000 stones of the spirit to hire Yu Yan near him and remind him of his arrogance. All present were terribly surprised by such an unexpected offer from our hero. Noticing surprise, Qian Fan raised the amount of up to 10,000 stones per month. The systemic spirit was stunned by his actions. The swordsman abolished our hero that Mrs. Yu Yan would not humiliate himself for the sake of some pathetic stones. Suddenly he was stunned by the fact that the sword craftsman announced her obligation to accompany Mr. Lu throughout his life. Then the girl, grabbing the Qian Fan hand, asked to treat the master whom she had now belonged to. The sword, is terribly outraged by the situation in which he found himself, caused our main character to the duel. The systemic spirit has proposed its help in exchange for the task, because in the world of cultivation, only power prevails, regardless of the impact of the Lu family. However, the guy replied that he was not frightened. There is a hierarchy among the lazy ones. Typical foreheads look at everyone from above, but they themselves find themselves at the bottom. But there are Qian Fan, privileged non-workers that are not in vain, because someone from their environment is sure to solve his problem on his own. Mrs. Yui turned to her husband angrily. If he continues to express her disrespect for Mr. Lu, she would kill him. The attendees noted the incredible aura and the power of Ms. Chan, who usually held immortal competitions and rarely fought herself. The girl was a famous cook and a big cultivator. The sword said he would not fight the cultivator of the 7th kingdom of the stage of the Yan spirit. Qian Fan addressed the man whether he was trying to fight him, using his advantage over a man who has not reached a single kingdom. The crowd supported our protagonist and rapped his opponent, who only disgraces the sword master. After such a sword, he decided to take the fight. Chan struck a powerful blow from which the guy flew some distance. The teacher stopped his flight with his hand and, contacting Mrs. Yui, asked her to look. The elderly man angrily asked the owner of the feast that he had done his insignificant student, who caused such an attitude to himself, and whether he does not consider her pavilion higher than his sect of the swordsmen. Lady Yu Yan reported Qian Fan that it is an elder ex-Daiyu from the Canlin sword sect. It is rumoured that he is at the top of the 8th kingdom. It rarely sees it. He appeared here through his student. The young gentleman explained the pattern of the situation when it was necessary to defeat the weak and fight with the master. The systemic spirit was delighted with unexpected luck. The girl with a joyful smile watched what the Qian Fan partners would do. Our protagonist knew that the system has not yet understood the true value of higher class lazy. Chan Yui turned to the Xiu Changsu to ask his student at first what he had done and whom he offended. The teacher stressed that even in the presence of her father, Lord Yan, she would still require justice for his student. Qian Fan intervened in their conversation. He put a glass on the table and reported that the Changsu student tried to use his strength and challenged him. Therefore, there can be no language about justice. Yu did not know our hero, so the Simnik told him that before him the most common man who enjoys his origin, so he could not tolerate such behaviour and summoned the young man on a duel. In defence of the young lady, who was very surprised by her behaviour, Yu Yan said that the student distorts the facts. The girl herself is fond of a young lady, so he will serve him faithfully. Qian Fan stopped her and turned to the elder with the fact that he could really not recognize the boy because he spent a lot of time in his solitary. The young gentleman with self-confidence called his name, to which shocked Changsu asked who the young man Lu Wuji was. The cheeky descendant of a noble family said that it was his father's name. The spirit advised to stop the empty conversations and follow the system. She also noted that the elder is not concerned about the origin of Qian Fan, but only its level of cultivation. Instead, the next moment, the girl heard the justification of the teacher, who, having learned the name of the boy, apologized for the inconvenience of the situation. The ex-Yu Changsu ordered the stunned sword wizard to apologize for such a noble figure, because the young gentleman does not even offend flies, while the student accuses him of all his sins. The stunned systemic lady did not take the faith herd. Qianfan assured that misunderstandings happen, but it is good that everything has come. The young man asked if his father's teacher knew. Changsu said the Lu family is known everywhere. Many years ago, he had the honor of seeing Wuji from afar, who was an incredible man, as if a deity that went down to the ground. At the request of the elder, the student humbly went forward and made a bow, thanking for the generosity of the young gentleman. The descendant of a noble family with a smile apologized to the guests for all this fussy and reminded that the feast had prepared Mrs. Chan Yui, so it is worth continuing to treat. But at this moment, the sword decided to strike our protagonist with an unexpected blow. He did not think that the noble position of the boy should serve as an excuse. Concerned with the shocked present, watched the act and tried to stop the attacker. Instead, the systemic spirit was pleased that a new turn in the development of events has emerged. Qianfan looked calmly and confidently at his enemy. The student was quite surprised that he came across powerful resistance and could not harm the opponent. On the neck of our main character, the pendant of the ancestral dragon hung. Aura Dragon repelled the swordmaster's attack. The sword was taken back and he fell into a stone lumps and struck greatly. Qianfan summed up that life is too short and there is a lot of interesting things around, so you should not spend every effort on endless conflicts. The feeling of hopelessness swept a systemic lady. She realized that she had no more ideas. Removing the pendant from his neck, the descendant of a noble family noted that the elder did not teach his student at nothing, so it is worth watching him better. The ex-Yu Changsu asked not to be angry with him and assured that he would be strictly punished by the ward and also inform all the details. Living the lawn, Qianfan said his mood was finally spoiled, and the issue of compensation for the cost of the owner of the banquet must be resolved. Chan's anger raged because she spent so much time preparing a feast. Running anger to an elder who wanted to settle the conflict in any way, Yui pulled both men away. The door closed loudly. The teacher and his pupil were at the entrance to the residence of the lady. Chan was stunned by such consequences. Changsu was upset and reminded the boy that he was his student since childhood and his whole way went well. Yu hoped that this failure would be a good example for the ward. However, the swordsman protested, calling the teacher a coward. He considered Lu Chunfan a worthlessness with good origin. The guy was angered by the blind conquest of the elder. In response to the image, an angry ex-Yu Changsu struck a strong slap on the face of his student. The teacher said that he considered him an impulsive child, but in fact, he was not thinking, who did not think about the fate of their sect in the event of a probable murder of a young Lord Lu. The offended guy did not resist and gave his feet will. Itzan Yu was surprised to look at the pet's back. He was upset, but decided not to touch him because the guy was worth being alone. The sword master reached the wall of the fence on the jumper and began to shake it with his fists. With tears in his eyes, the guy promised himself to talk to Qianfan. Suddenly, someone asked him if he really wanted to kill our hero. Looking back, the swordsman noticed 3 strangers approaching him and asked who they were. One of the men replied that it was not important. The main thing that was interested in is the guy's intentions about the descendant of the noble family Lu. The ex-Yu Changsu student said that when Qianfan is not killed, he would no longer dare to have a swordmaster's title. At this time, the young gentleman shouted at Lu residences from great pleasure that he received from the massage. The systemic spirit changed his mood, ordering his carrier not to leave the unfinished case. She believed that the young man should be ashamed to lose such a wonderful opportunity. Qianfan was thinking about how tired of her notations. The systemic spirit reminded that protective artifacts are not eternal. Only cultivation is endless support. The guy suddenly stood up and quickly went to the building. The girl was glad that he finally started acting. She was sure that not everything was lost when she found Qianfan in the room. The young gentleman thanked her for the reminder. But on her great surprise, the descendant of a noble family Lu just opened a cell of the closet and got from it another amulet of the ancient dragon. Picking up a new charm, the guy decided to return to massage procedures. The angry girl reported that she would no longer tolerate this attitude to her. The young man looked around to ask what she was going to do. The system spirit was demonstrated by Yuan. If you eat it, you can clean up qi energy, which is equal to 100 days of cultivation. Qianfan had to make a little effort to get a fruit. The young gentleman replied that he was not interested in it and was going to leave the room. Guided by the fifth rule, the girl in despair began to offer him new appropriate incentives: coral from bloody jade, the fruits of the emerging soul, golden lotus and more. However, Qianfan disrespectfully waved off all the items and reminded that he was going to continue the massage. The systemic spirit has annoyed that she had to open his main trump card. The girl triumphantly removed a silver star with 9 steps from the sleeve. Every 100 years, a single twig grows on it, and the leaves can nourish the soul. The young gentleman is semi-uninterestedly delayed for a minute near a rare jewel. The systemic spirit emphasized that it is the heavenly spiritual plant of the highest level. Lu Dinghuo, the second grandfather of our hero, who was an upper-class alchemist, came into the room. The grandson asked why he appeared here. The man replied that he wanted to thank the advice of a young man who helped him get closer to Li Hua. Suddenly, Dinghua noticed a pot on the table and began to be interested in considering the fire tree of a silver star for the great joy of the girl. However, deciding that it was not bonsai, which he liked, his grandfather dropped the pot down, believing that he was not a place here. After that, the alchemist opened a bag with pills of the spirit, which included a fiery tree with 10 steps. He explained his granddaughter that they are delicious and more useful than the plant itself. The young gentleman sincerely thanked his grandfather for the gift. Ding Huo said that the pill is about 200 or 300, so they should be enough for several future years. The girl, full of despair, understanding all the futility of her actions, wept bitterly. The systemic spirit was considered by a guide with the rules. For the first time in history, she was in a critical situation. Deciding that Qianfan did not like spiritual treasures, the girl offered heavenly weapons and magical artifacts that he will receive for little effort. The young gentleman was informed that the sword sect sent gifts and their apology. The guy asked the sent things. Among the pile of unnecessary heavenly weapons was the family sword of the Canlin sect that dissected the water. Qianfan gave the blade of Mrs. Yu, who was a master of sword possession. The girl was happy with the gift and sincerely thanked the owner. The systemic lady was very angered by the fact that the carrier considered weapons unnecessary. The girl offered our hero first, class cultivation methods that will help you become immortal quickly. However, Qianfan ignored her and led her. He suggested that Yan study in the library of the sacred writings of his family, which gathered more than 3,000 technicians. The systemic spirit was so angry that she even broke valuable folly. She didn't know what to do with a boyfriend. The young gentleman sat down near the lake to fish alone and relax from the bustle. Suddenly reported a system error and the beginning of self-examination. Qianfan sincerely hoped that after the notification, the spirit would disappear. Someone advised the young man behind his back to focus on fishing because the fish was already pecking. Our protagonist stretched out the red-tailed prey and looked around. Before him was Elu Wanfu, warlord and warlike elder. The man suggested that after refinement, this water animal could help the young man with cultivation. Release the fish, Qianfan reminded his uncle that he is not interested in similar. Wanfu warned that his father would soon return and see that in many years his cultivation remained in place. The young gentleman did not worry about it. He decided to complain to his mother if the father decides to use reprimand. Such a self-confident position of the young man laughed at the commander. At that moment, the servant brought a message. Wanfu was concerned about reading the letter. Looking at uncle, Qianfan asked what happened. The warlike elder explained that the boy's father was about to climb a new step, but some were not liked by some. Subsequently, a descendant of a noble family sat in a chair, reading a book sleepily. He thought that after the breakthrough of Lu Wuji would become immortal. The hierarchy was reminiscent of a Qianfan education system from past life, when it is necessary to go to elementary, then high school, and then join the university. He didn't consider it necessary to spend time on such things. Suddenly, the boy received a message that self-renewal has been successfully over and is now connected to the later system. The suddenly appeared girl congratulated our main character with the opportunity to receive a super award. To the great surprise of the systemic spirit, Qianfan refused a new offer, arguing the unwillingness to do anything. The girl began hysteria because, for the sake of a guy who loves to beat the kayaks, she changed her own role. Our protagonist said that despite the change, she does not understand the true content of laziness. He explained that relaxation and idleness that pursues a certain goal loses its meaning. The systemic spirit was shocked, but she was interested in the last words of the boy. Yu Huan approached our hero. The young gentleman asked why he appeared here despite his father's punishment. The guy explained that a competition of courtesan should take place in the pavilion today, which is why he fled. Qianfan asked him whether a young man was afraid of his father's anger who would punish him again. Huan assured that everything was fine because it has already been punished. Turning his back to our hero, the guy showed his wounds. Yu suggested that the descendant of the noble family Liu join it. However, Qianfan realized that he wanted to use it as a cover. In despair, the young man confessed that he strongly wanted to get to the Linlon pavilion. Qianfan realized that he had no choice but to agree to accompany. The system reported unlocking the achievement, the House of Dissolution instead of Cultivation. Immediately after that, bright light broke out. Qianfan received spiritual energy and its level increased. All residents of the city were surprised to watch the light pillar reach the sky. Considering sudden magic, the man from the crowd suggested that it was the resonance of the great Tao. Very indignant, Jian Yishi could not understand if Lu Wuji finally broke through. It seemed impossible, even in such a short time. One man from the 3 accomplices reported that it was not necessary to panic because the cloud of sorrow has not yet formed. From now on, they must act much faster. The stranger ordered to monitor the Qianfan and take action as soon as he leaves the estate. The accomplices could not delay longer, since Wuji almost turned out to be a true immortal test. There was a single way to harm: to kill his son before the sorrow came, using it against the head of the family. The man turned to Jian Yishi, which only depends on the destruction of Liu family, which for a long time brought into the world of trouble and misery. Yu Huan climbed with arms to our protagonist, confident that he woke up his divinity, although he was not engaged in cultivation before. The angry Qianfan tried to explain that the guy did not understand everything correctly, but the latter was glad to keep his thoughts. The systemic spirit was wisely congratulated the young gentleman with the first breakthrough in the path of cultivation. The guy busy was that the girl used force after she could not reach the desired way. Despite the night in the Linlin Pavilion was high, the atmosphere of fun prevailed here. The manager went into the room of one of the girls and ordered her to gather. Kurtizanka did not understand the reasons for such a hurry. The man explained that today her client is a gentleman from a majestic Liu family. Suddenly, the magical tentacles grasped the interlocutors, covering both their mouths so that they could not call for help. The stranger removed the hood, and the courtesana noticed the different color of his eyes. The man opened a bottle and ordered the creature that appeared to take possession of the body of prostitutes to get closer to the target. The spirit asked for his freedom to return to him as soon as he obeyed the order. The stranger annoyedly reminded that the substance has no right to make its requirements. The captured courtesan shouted for salvation, but the creature had already settled in her body, apologizing. When the reincarnation ended, the man was satisfied with the result and ordered the girl to put himself in order because the prey was already nearby. Qianfan sat in the designer and did not hear the courtesan ask him to drink. When he drew his attention, the girl asked or did not offend him because he had an upset look. The guy called the systemic spirit a fly that prevents him from living quietly. It brought the girl to Rabi's. The young gentleman thought that the system would definitely bring him trouble. He did not understand why she was so obsessed with improving him. Kurtizanka watched our protagonist and his behavior closely. It was a lot of dragon pendant on the owner's neck. The servant reported Qianfan that the Canlin sword wizard wanted to meet him and apologize personally. The young gentleman invited the guest. Seeing a familiar sword, a descendant of a noble family told him that he should not take the second time. The ex-Davu Chengsu student confessed that recently he wanted to harm the Qianfan, who was without a protective artifact. Therefore, he hoped that the treasures would be able to make guilty. Our hero looked at the contents of the open case, who gave an uninvited guest. The systemic spirit noticed that on the amulet of her carrier, Courtesan directed her hand, from which the fingers struck a mysterious dark energy. The girl decided not to report the owner of the danger, aiming to achieve her. According to the 13th point of management in crisis situations, the dependence of the ruler on the system increases. While the systemic lady rejoiced in a new chance, Qian Fan watched her, thinking that she had started this time. It was reported that the ruler was lazy again, so the Lesabok bonus was activated. The young man received a gift chest. While the young gentleman tried to quench the systemic spirit, the sword decided that it was time to start his idea. The swordmaster released a swarm of bees and butterflies, and the scared cries of the audience filled the space of the room. One of the guards stood up to the Qianfan defense and reflected the attack by insects with a fiery jet. Suddenly, a dark 4 strangers appeared on different sides. Members of secret groupings surrounded our hero. Men began to say the spell that, thanks to the curse on the 4 sides of the world, will gather in a pile of evil spirits and form a cage. After activation, the attendees were thrown by a wave. Someone exclaimed that everyone was in a magical prison. The guards decided to destroy the system and kill the foreigners to save the young gentleman. The sword said that the formation was over, so no one but the swords will be able to enter or go out. He was waiting for the reaction of our main character. Qianfan reminded the master that Lady Yu Yan, who is a skeleton from the Canlin sect. The girl attacked him, announcing that she wouldn't hide or endure the insults to the descendant of a noble family, because now she is serving a young gentleman. The systemic spirit with the Ekidism suggested that its new warding carrier was not the level of the swordmaster. Juan scared that he would no longer walk with Qianfan if they survive. Ignoring the systemic spirit, our protagonist noted, "Gentleman and courage you." The young man laughed and explained that his father taught him that the success of a person depends on the right choice of time, place, and people. It also acted with regard to failures. The systemic spirit dreamed that Qianfan would crawl to her on her knees when she realizes that his protective artifact is useless in this situation. In her delusions, the young gentleman was already begging for salvation, so she unlocked a super recruiter and received 5 cards of blocking critical blows. After successful protection of the owner, the girl imagined herself on the pedestal of respect and adoration. In fact, the descendant of the noble family Lu believed that the systemic spirit was becoming more crazy. Mrs. Yu Yan got a very blow, from which she fell unconscious. The swordsman announced that the next would be Lu Qianfan. The systemic lady rejoiced in the anticipation of a furore. Suddenly, for all those present, a strong roar came. A hole was formed in the ceiling. Pieces of pierced roof flew around. A man in a mask appeared among the crowd. It was the XDU Gao, the divine carding family Lu. The sword did not understand why the protective barrier lasted for a rather short time. The swordmaster tried to escape. However, Gao grabbed him and announced a death sentence for dared to raise his hand at the young lord. The systemic spirit was disappointed with such a course of events. But suddenly, the girl noticed Mrs. Yu Yan, who was conscious and rushed with the sword on Qianfan. Rejoicing that another chance appeared, she quickly offered a young man a set of her cards. Lady Yu Yan's attack was unexpectedly reflected. The woman was rejected several meters by a powerful magic wave. The boy's rescuer was in, personal assistant of our main character. The systemic lady with anger threw off the cards. She was stunned, not understanding how many people gathered around a young gentleman whom she was not aware of. Mrs. Yu Yan's main task is to trust Lu Qianfan, keep up and deal with him on the occasion. When the spy was trusting, she rejoiced that a fool guy was so easy to cheat. After receiving the family sword of the Canlin sect that cut the water, the girl promised to kill this blade with a descendant of a noble family. When our protagonist suggested that she use the family library, Mrs. Yu Yan regretted that she has a primary mission and cannot see rare manuscripts. Qianfan looked sadly at a former fan who shown his real face with hurry, although the guy hoped for a long-term acting game. The conspirator noted that the whole world sees only a worthless and fool in the young gentleman, but he was much smarter. She asked since the young man began to suspect her. Qianfan explained that the girl was equally fake to all his gifts. He did not feel any tremor, which testified to her experience. Our hero suggested that the captive confess to him in everything and painlessly die. Otherwise, the guy will give Yu Yan to torture and will still find out everything. The girl stated that she would not tell anything, so Qianfan can do with her all she pleases. The young man liked her rebellious spirit. The young gentleman said Gao that he suspects his uncle, who like a nephew, as a bait. Our hero asked ex-Iri Yu what was happening behind his back. The guard replied that the guards received the news of the unwillingness of some people to achieve a Wuji breakthrough. The secret group got to the city to kill Qianfan to provoke and obstruct the sorrow of Liu. The systemic spirit began to whisper again about the danger of a young gentleman who tried to ignore her. The girl reminded that it was difficult to protect against enemies. Therefore, in times of fear of help, the power in the guy's hands comes. The young man had to complete the task to receive rewards. Instead, the calm Qianfan declared a systematic lady that he still didn't understand the values of his laziness. In reported to the young lord that in this situation it is worthwhile to use certain military strategies. The descendant of the noble family Liu ordered to start 72 immediately. Neither the divine guard nor the system girl realized what was meant, were quite surprised. Lu Qianfan's personal assistant explained that at the age of 13, the young man hired 3,000 strategists who formed 167 strategies in a year, each of which covers likely situations. Ditu Gao enthusiastically said that his master, as always, was thinking on a few steps in the future. The systemic spirit felt completely removed, listening to the praise units dedicated to our hero. The descendant of the noble family Liu believed that you did not need to load yourself once again if you can translate the problems to others. The whole city was surrounded by the whole city and declared a curfew that forbade anyone to leave the house. The members of the secret group disgusted the failure of their plan through which they were trapped. The leader ordered everyone to calm down and offered to burn the boats and kill Lu Qianfan at any cost. The assistants have protested because in the case of murder of a young man with a generic seal, they will be reflected in the blood of heaven, and the Liu family will pursue them for generations. The man understood their fears, but emphasized that they had no choice because they would quickly find them quickly and kill them. It's just a matter of time. Our protagonist climbed on the roof of the building from which was visible the protective magic dome. He soon noticed that some dark silhouettes were trying to break through the magic curtain. The young man immediately realized that they were driven into the corner of the conspirators. The guy calmly summed up that their attempts were in vain. Soon, Qianfan saw that criminals changed the trajectory of traffic and directed their flight to his direction. Quickly approaching our main character, members of secret grouping decided to carry out a common attack. The team of more than 10 large spears flew towards the tower on which Qianfan stood peacefully. The young gentleman was satisfied with how unexpectedly a lightning thunderstorm appeared in the sky, which struck on the upper floors of the building. The members of the secret grouping were shocked by the spectacle that came before their eyes. In the cloud of ash, lightning and smoke, the dark silhouette of the newly arrived. Qianfan smugly thought that this was the essence of 70-second strategy. The guy repeated the learned content. First, you need to spread the grass, then scare the snake and drive the opponent into the corner. Finally, parents need to walk. The figure that appeared so unexpectedly and spectacular was Lu Wuji. The stunned accomplices could not understand how the head of the Liu family managed to return so quickly. Qianfan's father was anger to criminals who dreamed of attacking his child. The man mercilessly attacked the conspirators. For the sake of saving secret grouping, they tried to expose a protective shield. However, soon men feel bad. Surprised by the power of the attack, the leader tried to understand where the opponent got such force because he had not yet moved to the next degree. Noticing that the forces of the parties were unequal and the advantage was definitely not on their side, the other members of the group decided to throw heels. The conductor tried in vain to stop the fugitives. The angry Lu Wuji reported that it would not allow any of them to leave the city and applied spells. Hundreds of magical swords directed their blades against frightened grief fits. The men could not resist, so they were brutally killed by many blades. The leader of the secret group ordered the wards left with him to keep his line because the great sorrow was approaching. The sky was grinding with heavy black clouds. Thoroughly lightnings were beaten from heaven to the very horizon from heaven. Under one of these bright thunders, the powerful father of our main character came. Noticing this, the conspirators sent their swords on Wuji. They believed that the heavens were on their side, so the opponent had to be removed as soon as possible until it was too late. The head of the LU family appreciated the courage of criminals. However, this did not prevent him from declaring their death sentence. The giant high power magic energy has shown the conspirators. The Qianfan and the systemic spirit were surprised and enthusiastically watched enthusiastically. The young gentleman was sinning to the girl that her gifts were worthless compared to true power. In a lot of surprise, the leader of the secret group tried to understand how powerful his rival is. He did not understand why sorrow did not affect his strength. Suddenly, the man heard a voice that came from above. Looking at the clouds, he guessed it was an ancestor. The giant palm picked up the 3 conspirators who were glad that the ancestor had come to save them. Disagreeing with this, Lu Wuji reported that these mortals deserved death. In response to these words, the storm sky angrily threw a pile of lightning. Qianfan's father did not retreat. Instead, the head of the LU family advised the enemy not to interfere with other people's affairs and waved a huge whip in the moment. The black clouds were leaning from the hit. The gold rays of the sun flashed in the slot. Still sitting on a mighty palm, the leader of the secret group was embarrassed that his enemy scattered the darkness of sorrow. The man was stunned that Wuji was still on the step of false immortality. Deciding that it is quite a sight, Qianfan was about to make a farewell bow. But suddenly the guy grabbed magical energy. The young gentleman did not understand what had happened. The young man immediately threw up, where the sky still continued to throw lightning. Lu Wuji asked if the son liked to watch the recent event. The young descendant of a noble family with an indifferent tone confessed that everything had a worthy look. Qianfan's father swayed another attack on ominous clouds and asked about his son's impression. Our main character replied that this method seems loud to him. Lu Wuji sighed heavily and told the boy that this immortal technique was different from others. Having formed an energy ball, his father threw her son. The man said she was more effective than any mascot and ordered it to be used while meeting with enemies. After that, Lu Wuji went, and Qianfan was left alone with a system girl. The young gentleman asked if she liked to watch the guy passing the test and whether she pushed him to cultivation for the sake of such sights. Without explaining anything, the systemic lady decided to just disappear. This behavior was surprised by the young man. A few hours later, in his office, Lu Wanfu decided to treat her nephew tea. Qianfan was outraged that his uncle had broken his promise and again used the boy's bait again. Wanfu confessed that he didn't do well. Asking, the warlike elder agreed to correct everything if our main character tells what he needed. The eyes of a descendant of a noble family LU lit up with an irresistible desire. He asked if the warlord could get a fishing rod made in the treasure pavilion. At that moment, the young man's father came to the room and looked at the interlocutors strictly. Pouring tea by a dear guest, Wanfu congratulated Wuji on the achievement of true immortality. The latter replied that the brothers did not have to adhere to such formalities. The head of the family asked his son whether he reached the formation of the kingdom. Our protagonist became aware that everything happened by accident. Lu was sorry that the guy got to break so late. Being at the stage of thickening of the spirit or late formation, he would take part in the opening of the secret kingdom of the ancient academy of the immortal. Qianfan expressed its annoyance about it. The young man decided not to break until the last stage of the kingdom formation. Unexpectedly for the guy, his father recalled that our main character had reached the marriage age. When asked by a son about suddenness, Wuji explained that Qingtian dynasty has long wanted to enter into a marriage contract with their family. Therefore, soon the heads of families will discuss all the details of the agreement. Wanfu wondered whether the Empress dynasty was talking about, which his brother nodded. Lu Wuji asked his son if he knew something about this girl. Qianfan replied that he had heard somewhat. Mentally, our main character with embarrassment realized that his affairs were bad. Empress Lin Wallen from the Qingshan dynasty has only recently descended on the throne, but has already done many important things in the yard. The young gentleman clearly realized that he became her husband, saying goodbye to his carefree life. So the young man decided to postpone such an important question for later. The father interrupted the young man in half a word. In his opinion, this was not subject to discussion. Then, Lu Wuji forbade the guy to complain to his mother because she herself hoped for her son's marriage. Qianfan thought of escape. Changing the topic of conversation, Wanfu asked his brother when he announced the world about his breakthrough. Wuji needed time alone to stabilize. In the meantime, our hero was making a plan of action on how not to lose his carefree life. Suddenly, a young master sounded a good idea, and in the heat he stood up to declare it. Since the conspirators tried to prevent the immortality of Lu Wuji using Qianfan as a target, the young man wished to take revenge in person. The embarrassed father recalled that the son usually does not interfere in such cases. The latter emotionally said that after this attempt he understood much, and the case of retribution should be done in person. After approval, Qianfan was offset and reported that he would arrange for the criminals and find out who was their leader. Looking at the guy running out of the yard, Wuji asked that his brother was thinking about Qingtian dynasty. Wanfu suggested that the marriage offer would not be satisfied. The head of the Lu family confessed that after today, the battle noticed the weakening of the strength of heaven. He thought that in the near future there would be cultivators with false immortality. Looking at the distance, the warlike elder said that the path to immortality is simple, but people want to bypass. Currently, when the sky became more condescending, the flowering era of eternal life comes. Then the commander added that the boundary between prosperity and chaos is gradually destroyed. Stripping the corridor with the assistant, Qianfan thought he should lie down to the bottom. Suddenly, the guy stopped. He took the pendant of the ancestors and began to consider it carefully. The young man was somewhat interesting. The systemic spirit grunted the book gloomily. After she had recently seen, her mood was gone. For a while, the girl found a mistake. She jumped and said she understood everything. From childhood, Qianfan has made a hassle with his antics. The boy did not want to study, played, or constantly entertained. From the moment of moving to the new world, the systemic lady has always monitored her carrier. When the guy practiced a fire, the girl thought that she would finally start cultivation and she would be activated. However, the young gentleman used power not for its intended purpose. The systemic lady first felt disappointment, but decided not to give up. The young man was in a teacher's class who explained to him that the physical condition of the cultivator was crucial for development. If the body becomes too strong, it prevents the process of cultivation. The student thoughtfully assumed that it would not be easy to achieve a breakthrough. The teacher reassured him. He explained that with its resources, cultivation would not cause difficulties. Since the guy just started to create the foundations, he should remember the nutrition of the meridian. The most important thing was the need to stabilize its cultivation, which Lu Qianfan agreed with. Suddenly, a descendant of a noble family spat a purple stream of blood. And this moment, the young man received a message that he went through the way and the life energy indicator had 137. The worried event responded to this stormy event. The guy explained that his meridians, similar to his energy, were overflowing. Qianfan seemed to calm down, but in fact it was just waiting for the right opportunity. Listening to the boy's pulse, the teacher calmly explained that it was only unhumanified energy. Referring to poor health, the young gentleman decided to stop classing for today. Coming to her room, Qianfan attacked a smiling systematic lady, asking that she invented this time. She explained that after their last conversation, she understood the futility of her tasks, that she provided allays. Having analyzed his mistakes and examining the order of the owner, the systemic spirit developed an algorithm that makes the boy not need to worry about the task. The girl demonstrated various moments from the life of Qianfan when he received the vital energy points for his inaction. She congratulated the stunned master on the fact that cultivation moved to the late stage of the formation of the kingdom. Stop the treat. The annoyed guy decided to play by his rules. The young gentleman ordered his subordinates to gather as many artifacts as possible. Standing in the yard together with a personal assistant in front of a large bunch of chests, he assumed that it would be enough. The systemic spirit asked what he was going to do with all these things. Closing the bottle, the guy said mysteriously that she would soon understand everything. The girl watched in amazement how our main character drank a handful of pill. The tiny lumps of spiritual energy, the meridians, slept calmly, but in a moment they seemed to be demolished by a tumultuous flow. The guy improved his physique, with the level of cultivation decreased. The systemic spirit with indignation rushed at him. She understood that the young man decided to weaken cultivation by increasing physical strength. Continuing the plan, Qianfan opened the next bottles and told a personal assistant that is not going to have dinner today. In the meeting room, Lu Wuji asked if his son was indeed a breakthrough to the late degree, forcing himself to engage in cultivation, which even began to cough with blood. The teacher discouraged that the young descendant had carefully undertook the case. The father decided to help the boy and ordered to get a pill from the treasury to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. By the late night, our hero was devastating the bottles. His physical condition had a rank A and 99%. Cultivation was in the middle of the foundation of the kingdom. Qianfen was satisfied with himself and made fun of the systemic lady who was able to outwit her. The boy was approached by Lu Wuji and confessed that he had heard of his son's concern about his breakthrough. Watering that he had a pale face, his father apologized that he pressed too much on him. The man opened a box in which there was a pill with 9 treasure pavilion and explained that it helps cultivators to pass 2 stages of the kingdom of mortals at once. The stunned Qianfen learned that his father had worried his condition, so he did not want to give him a pill at first. But times have changed. The guy proved his dedication. So it's time to use the artifact. The systemic spirit was infinitely rejoiced in such an opportunity, and she was shone into a new hope. Qianfen was outraged. During the night, our main character broke into the kingdom of light. Linlin broke into the Linlin pavilion and reported that at the order of the young gentleman, they arrived here to buy one of the courtesan. The surprised crowd did not understand that they had unfolded in the morning, but guessed who was standing behind it. In their view, only a notorious LU family could break into the brothel and redeem the girl. The prostitute was politely invited to the yard and explained that Qianfen ordered her to buy her servants so that because of his hurry, the girl would not feel sad. Among the crowd, she noticed the leader of the secret grouping, who reassured her because the girl hid the curse perfectly and no one suspected him. Kurtizanka thanked Lu Qianfen for caring because she was worried that she would not even talk to the estate with anyone. However, the guard told her that they were heading to another place. Very surprised by this information, the girl tried to find out where they were going. The crowd lifted his eyes up and watched the unusual phenomenon in the sky. It was a ship of travel of a majestic LU family who had an unprecedented high rank. It was said that 20 years ago, the head of the family on this boat overcame 3 regions in one night to destroy 3 sects. A personal assistant asked her master why they were leaving because the interrogation did not move out of place, and they had only hints of connection with the southern border. Qianfen thought that it was not necessary to stay at home, otherwise it would end. Rearing that she had the fault for the attack on the owner, in intense, she asked to punish her for it. The main character denied this opinion. The systemic spirit joyfully greeted the owner. She liked that the young man was not in a state of mednet. The guy was afraid of a girl's association with his father because then he was waiting for a failure. Mentally, our main character has sadly noted that it is difficult to be a lazy man. Qianfen explained to his assistant that they would go on a small journey of revenge. In told the owner that the partisan with her people had been placed in a cabin, and nothing suspicious happened. The descendant of a noble family decided that time to dating has come, so he went to the room. He caught the girl by the window. The prostitute looked at the landscape. She remembered how 2 men were swaying, causing a forest demon, wishing to sell it for drinking. The owner ordered the captive to master the ability to imitate someone to fully reveal his talents, because it was from the tribe of congenital spies. Entering the cabin, the young gentleman asked if the girl liked the local landscapes. Qianfen added that in a few days they will reach the border of the Jinliu mountain, so there will be a wonderful glow in the night sky. The mistress asked whether her master saw him ever live. The guy replied that he only read about him in books. The girl's curiosity about where he knows about the beauty of the glow, the guy cunningly replied that he just felt it. The prostitute decided to find out if the Qianfen was afraid that exaggerated expectations would lead to disappointment. The young man laughed and replied that in any case, the anticipation would make the journey more enjoyable. The girl came and grabbed the boy by the hand. Qianfen was alerted from the unexpectedness of Qianfen. Looking into his eyes, the courtesan asked what expectations the owner put on her. The young gentleman pressed his mistress for his waist and explained that he needed him as a teacher to have fun with. The systemic spirit was embarrassed by the speed of the courtesan left without clothing. The girl reported that the ruler had reached double cultivation and his vital force was 1,646 points. Qianfen woke up late at night and started dressing. He tried to collect a pile of thought. He was thinking that with his physique and cultivation, to break through the kingdoms is not so bad, and the resources needed for breakthrough were incredible to ordinary masters. The systemic spirit reported that the ruler had reached double cultivation between species, which stunned the boy. She explained that she studied the incident, so from that day, the moment of establishing diplomatic relations between the forest demons and humans is launched. The stunned young man could not be able to do so. 2 days later, our hero was on a walk within Inn and admired the legendary maple forest. Qianfan told his assistant that rumors would be spread, as if in the center of the forest you can feel all 4 seasons. Suddenly, she heard a strange sound that came from the thicket. She asked the owner if he heard something. They went to the direction from where the noise was heard and, having slid the branches of the bushes, they hid. In the middle of the lawn was a large stump on which a man was located, and people sat on his knees. The elderly man performed some strange rite, and the supporters humbly listened to him. One of the youth present decided to yawn until no one noticed. Suddenly, the man turned into a giant spider and proclaimed that the boy had no rights in this place, and therefore he was obliged to obey his will. The spider wrapped the victim in a cocoon of the web and reported that this was not enough. People rushed. The monster grabbed a little girl and asked if she did not want to become immortal. The frightened girl accused her husband of deceiving everyone and did not even try to teach anyone. The spider denied her opinion, saying that he conveyed immortal knowledge. However, he did not see anything worthwhile in the future girl. In his opinion, she could not break further. The demon decided because the girl cannot do it on her own, her life should not be in vain. Suddenly, the man noticed that someone was attacking him with a spear. After jumping, he had time to dodge. Qianfan's assistant reported that the demon spoiled her master, so he sent her to understand. The angry spider threatened to kill a foolish girl and turn her insides into a potion. In made several maneuvers and struck a series of strong blows that deprived the life of the monster. A frightened girl watched the battle. Someone has informed her back that the danger had passed. The girl looked around quickly and it seemed to her that a ghost appeared near her. She screamed loudly for fear. Carefully considering a clot of energy, she noticed that a double was on the side of the defeated. As the demon fled, Qianfan ordered the assistant to search the territory and be careful. In looked around and asked for a frightened girl where she was. The latter replied that he came from the village of Xinyan. When asked if she can get home on her own, the rescued replied that she did not know the road, because her father brought her here to study from an immortal cultivation master. Our hero explained that it was not a master, but an evil cultivator who lost control of himself. A surprised girl said that some people brought his personality to the cult, but the liar said that their fates were worthless and they could not improve. Looking at the girl, her personal assistant told the young lord that she was on a curse of attachment. In explained that it was a sinister technique. A clot of spiritual energy is burned on the body of a person that has not yet begun cultivation, in the form of a cursed label. In this way, the one who does not feel its energy can cultivate, but it belongs to a spell who is able to pick up all the strength. It does not matter how long a person has improved. In adding that, an evil cultivator had a curse on children to serve him. Qianfan asked what harm it was. A personal assistant explained that in such cases, the force weakens or the curse can reduce the long-term life. After listening to the conversation of 2 adults, the girl suddenly exclaimed that she wanted to become a student in the governmental begging teach her cultivation of immortality. Qianfan inspired this idea. After a while, the guards of our main character arrived. They began to get the bodies of people from cocoons. Ditu Gao was depressed as many victims and the method they were killed. The girl burst into tears when she found out that due to the curse of attachment she could no longer cultivate. In tried to comfort the baby. Looking at these two, Qianfan became sad. He concluded that no matter what world people are in, they always use others. Continuing to comfort the girl, her personal assistant asked the young gentleman what to do with her. Our hero suggested that they take it as they get the cities. He then ordered the ex-Dace Yu Gao to find out where her village was. The divine guard reported the owner that all children were buried and asked what to do with the altar. Qianfan ordered to get rid of it. The descendant of the noble family Liu was sorry that all the beauty of nature was destroyed by human greed. Further events take place in Luiguan, where our main character arrived the next day. Walking through the streets of the city, Kurtizanka noted that it is quite large. The young gentleman explained that this is not always the case, but today, there is a holiday of honoring God. In said that Qianfan hired a group of travelers to adjust their route, taking into account possible adventures so that everyone could get the best experience of the trip. A joyous mistress was excitedly called the guy a responsible owner. The systemic spirit was indignant that the lobby spends energy not on cultivation. Suddenly, the young gentleman looked at the girl and noticed that she was very upset. He leaned to her and asked not to be so sad, explaining that it was necessary to rejoice because there are many good things in life except cultivation. Contrary to this, the girl replied that without cultivation, he considers herself unnecessary. And so she should smile. Quite upset after her reply, the descendant of a noble family intended to cheer the girl. A few minutes later, the baby sat on a huge fish and turned like a carousel. The girl was not at all like this plan, so she begged the young gentleman to stop. Qianfan agreed to fulfill her request, though he thought that children liked similar things. Suddenly, one man exclaimed the name Qinghe. The young gentleman and the child turned to him. The girl exclaimed joyfully and, jumping from the fish, ran to her father. He was surprised because he believed that her daughter should be with the teacher now, so he didn't understand how she was here. The man was angry, assuming that the child just escaped from study. The girl assured that it was not true, and the immortal master was a monster. Not believing any of her words, the angry father gave his daughter a strong slap. Qianfan and In seriously observed this scene. Surprised by the courtesan looked at the baby with sympathy. The man decided that the girl was crazy because he dredged to slander her teacher. He recalled that she pays dearly for her cultivation, but the girl did not learn anything. Qinghe was painful, but with tears she tried to explain that she was not deceiving, and an immortal master imposed a curse of attachment on her which would never be a cultivator. Looking at the three standing away, the man ordered her daughter not to listen to nonsense from others. He explained to the child that the curse was imposed by the master because she lacked a talent. It was the only way to gain immortality. The girl with horror is clear that her father knew everything. He grabbed his daughter and said that the cultivation of immortality is the greatest thing to pay a decent price for. Unexpectedly, the man's attention was turned away from the crowd. He looked around. A giant statue of God appeared on the maiden, and all those present sank to their knees. Without delaying a minute, the man also fell to his feet and ordered his daughter to do the same to show respect for the immortal master. The frightened Qinghe did not understand how the latter could be God. The eyes of the majestic statue lit up. In warned her owner that you should be careful, because something is uncertain with the sculpture. In a moment, the pupils of God burned a bright radiance, and the statue directed his gaze into the crowd. All the people on the maiden seemed to be humid. They were felt on their knees, and their light eyes looked at the majestic figure with light. Lu Qianfan's personal assistant was preparing for resistance and activating magical energy. The guy standing on the hill next to the statue called the girl so that she would not do anything. In instantly released a wave of bright green flames and attacked the sculpture of the pseudo-god. The left eye of the figure was damaged from a strong explosion. The people below tried to evade the wreckage that fell on their heads. An angry man asked how to dare to destroy the statue of a majestic immortal master. The sculpture of God began active action. Evil Adept released magical energy from his subordinates. The man from the crowd felt the cultivation of immortality overwhelms his body with incredible force. Lu Qianfan noticed that on the chest of the ancestral dragon's pendant activated his protection. His assistant reported that the curse of attachment imposed on the people who surrounded them, a majestic statue worked. Now the young gentleman became clear why the crowd was behaving as if obsessed. After a while, the girls and the boy appeared on the faces of the immortal master. In confessed to the owner that things are going bad. Qianfan also had strange sensations, but when looking at his body, he did not notice any changes. There was a large-scale failure in the system. The spirit tried to understand who wanted to steal her ruler. One of the idolaters turned to Qianfan how he dared to go against the immortal master who is kind to them and gives equipment. After that, the man ordered the rebellious. He came out of the crowd who wished to personally deal with strangers. Immediately, he was attacked by a chunky man, but she noticed that the curse still affects her and her forces were almost exhausted. Seeing this, people from the crowd decided to attack all together. They believed that then their lord would be more committed to them. Without wasting time, the assistant neutralized the attackers. In understanding that with a similar level of cultivation development, God could not impose a curse on all, she suggested that his true body was a statue. Meanwhile, deep inside our main character, a system girl invented her plan of action. She ordered the task to appear and a scoreboard with uninvited quests. Angry with this, Lu Qianfan forbade the girl to use his body for battle. The systemic spirit, declaring a young man that he has now the 7th level of combat energy, advised him not to contact her. In continued to reflect on enemies. Trying to evoke a myriad of primordial powder, she continued to fight the curse. The idolates noticed that the girl was left without strength, so they decided to move to an active attack. When she realized that she was completely weakened, King He came out for her. The girl appealed to the crowd and reported that they were all deceived and captured by a master. The believer declared that the girl at the same time with apostates, and all of them want to break the teachings of the immortal master. King He was approaching the fascinated father. The daughter begged him to believe her words. Our protagonist, putting her hand on her shoulder, said that people did not understand her. Qianfan explained that each of these people is afraid to give up the donated force, believing that nothing would achieve anything. Through the herd instinct, everyone decided to take the curse on themselves. The most fierce non-agent in the world is one who is not sure of their own. Such people grab for any opportunity to not lose it, and the price is not important. King He asked the young gentleman, "Can nothing do?" Our hero replied that, of course, he had a plan. Lu Qianfan has reported that it would be best now in just floating downstream. The girl did not understand why they should seem so easily. However, our hero explained that it is really difficult, because most cannot get rid of obsessive thought throughout their lives. The crowd's man shouted to Qianfan that he, being rich and guardians around him, lives a better life, so he could not understand the suffering of those who were not able to go through immortality. A supporter of the pseudo-god confessed that he had spent all his wealth and lost his family for cultivation, and he did all this for the sake of the sect. However, one day he was told that his talent was not big and he would not be able to become a cultivator. The man was ordered to go away and not waste effort. All his life became worthless after a few words, and no one can imagine how he felt. Qianfan congratulated the man, but he did not understand anything. Then, the young gentleman explained that a strong desire to cultivated. The happiest moment of life came, so Qianfan decided to congratulate the idolatine about it. The man struck that he was really unhappy and wanted to return to the sect that gave up him and make everyone regret the committed. He did not want to stop there. Despair covered it. King He's father looked at his friend with horror and sorrow. Qianfan deliberately emphasized that a supporter of an immortal master is really weak. The man rushed with his fists at our hero, trying to break through the protective sphere. The assistant was prepared to resist, but unexpectedly the King He's father rushed at the man. The girl was very pleased that her dad finally frowned and tried to protect her rescuers. The man said that he feels incredible in his hands, with which you can kill a wild beast at a time. However, the unpleasant words of the young gentleman and talking about greed and weakness made him think. In fact, the most important desire of a man was that his daughter lives a happy life. Sincerely rejoicing, King He hugged him. The father wanted to protect his child. He then added that he renounces cultivation. The latter was no longer interested. At this time, the remnants of force flew through the label on the forehead. A strong man turned into an exhausted, fragile man. Qianfan watched this phenomenon carefully. The idolator, which was previously rejected to the side, was abused that the master was punished by his father King He. Suddenly, all the people around stopped. From their bodies, the demon began to take away energy. In tried to keep the protective sphere, but warned the owner that things were bad. She resisted a monster who wanted to suck all her strength. The system spirit has stopped an attempt by Qianfan to intervene. She suggested that the man was preparing for the attack. The young gentleman looked at her with a serious look. The girl reminded that she had recently helped him recover. Through his followers, the demon announced that pure energy is an unusual spiritual essence that flows in the bodies of people. The frightened father of King He was in vain tried to bring her daughter. Like other believers, she was in a trance state. A supporter of an evil cultivator in Euphoria proclaimed that he finally received the long-awaited immortality. Qianfan said that in fact, A man received only mental control and subsequent exhaustion of forces, and all allegedly donated cultivation is nothing more than poison for their souls. Kurtizanka, with the voice of a demon, suggested that the boy give all his strength because he did not want to fight. Kinghe wanted to cook the bones of the young gentleman and to make a powerful elixir from his body and blood. The descendant of the noble family understood the interest of his person, but did not intend to give his strength so easily. The majestic travel ship appeared in the sky over the city. Our protagonist suggested to finish the Teravan and remove the curse so that he could destroy the statue. The supporter of the immortal master was very surprised by the appearance of the vessel. However, he asked Qianfan, "Is he really going to escape through the barrier of this city?" Suddenly, descendant of the noble family Lu ordered the shooting, and the sound of ship guns filled the space. The stunned fanatic watched a powerful explosion. Our protagonist reported that the protective barrier has been destroyed and further instructions are expected. A moment later, the young gentleman watched the next shot destroying the statue of the pseudology of God. A supporter of the immortal master ominously declared Qianfan by a violator of the Union of Immortal Agreement, which used the heavenly ship. The man did not have time to tell about punishment, because in a moment the magic was scattered and he tried to understand who he was and where he was. Other believers who were under the action of the curse were also faded. Kinghe's father rushed to his daughter with relief. The systemic spirit asked why control was so scattered if the evil cultivator decided to surrender. The guy explained that the demon was trying to put him in an uncomfortable position. Since the girl did not understand anything, Qianfan told her to look at the sculpture. People from the crowd noticed on the statues of cracks and could not understand where they came from and what was happening at all. After that, the believers saw a large flying ship and concluded that it was he who destroyed the figure of the deity. The crowd decided to stop the ship. The systemic lady thought that it was not necessary to do so with the idol, given the fanaticity of the fans of the evil adept. The young gentleman realized that it was time for new problems. The spirit told the guy that he now has only two options for solving this problem. He kills all the believers to dispel the curse, or to look at them and forget about the evil master. Our protagonist tried to weigh both versions and make the most reasonable decision. It took a few minutes for gnawing. The systemic spirit was pleased that there was a situation in which the situation of the family of its ruler did not solve anything. She believed that only from the feeling of impotence can a person decide to strive for cultivation. The girl decided to push the boy to change. But for her great surprise, Qianfan decided to leave everything as it is and just relax. The spirit was in vain to interpret the young man that he faced a difficult choice, and he couldn't simply let go of the situation. However, the young master had his own opinion on this. Qianfan cunningly decided to leave the right to choose the believers who themselves had to choose between life and faith. The descendant of a noble family ordered to continue to shoot in the sculpture. Proponents of the immortal master noticed that it was our hero who controls the ship. One of the idolaters exclaimed that he would not allow to defile the sacred place, and only because of their death can the guy destroy the statue. Qianfan accepted a man's choice and gave another order to shoot in a sculpture. For a moment, the believer was in the fire stream of the explosion. The frightened crowd watched these events. No one was believing that the man really died. Some from the crowd exclaimed that the immortal master did not warn them of possible death. Other fanatics condemned the actions of the young gentleman and threatened that their lord would punish him. Our hero quietly asked if they are still counting on their immortal master because he did nothing for them. Then Qianfan ordered people to free up the way. Otherwise, they would die. The young man ordered to shoot. The believers began to flee one after the other, cursing not obtained immortality. At this time, another scene was played. Several swords went down on the deck of the ship. On their blades were men in masks, who announced that according to the Pact of the Immortal Alliance, the Lu's guard family should immediately obey the law. The Xiu Gao announced to Qianfan that the righteous cultivators arrived and asked the owner whether he wanted to continue the attack. A previously indignant believer was happy that at last someone would be able to stop our main character. He believed that a righteous cult would punish Vandal. Instead, the descendant of the noble family Lu said that he was indifferent to someone's orders, even if they would be from the heavenly ruler himself. The young man firmly decided to destroy the stone idol. During fishing with Lu Wanfu, a young gentleman asked his uncle what a feathered commandment means. The warlike elder said that the power of magic is huge. However, every time the battle is carried out irreparable harm to the environment. Once upon a time, a group of cultivators signed a feathered covenant with all parties, setting the rules to protect the mortal world. After signing, the cultivators became defenders. Qianfan was interested in herd. Wanfu added that then all the forces went to support the testament. In the end, most began to join the clans to live safe. For a while, the world has even become clearer and safer. The young gentleman suggested that soon there should be a turn in the story. However, Uncle explained that changes from the beginning were only issues of time. Proponents of the immortal master rejoiced in the arrival of the righteous and bowed to them, just as their idol. The ex-date Yu Gao warned the descendant of the noble family Lu, which is approached by cultivators. The guy noted that they appeared in time. The dissatisfied defender accused our hero of excessive self-confidence. After all, the appearance of the imperial boat in the city not only broke the feathered covenant, but also broke the sermon ceremony. He then added that it was time to punish and eradicate evil. The last cheerful Qianfan, Qingge protested. The girl did not agree with the idea that the young gentleman was a bad person. There was a dispute between the righteous. One considered it necessary to punish people who were misled, but the other man spoke in defense of the girl. Qingge with horror watched the magical wave of prohibition. Qianfan grabbed the girl, covering himself with danger. The systemic spirit immediately offered a lock card. In a moment, the spell of the righteous faced resistance. The guy with the child survived the great surprise of the cultivators. The systemic lady was on the pedestal of joy and bliss because the owner finally used her services. Holding the artifact used in his hand, the descendant of the noble family Lu condemned this time to give these emotions to the girl. Then the guy made sure that everything is fine with Qinghe. The cultivator who tried to protect the girl reminded his friend that they were mortal below and asked, he wanted to kill them. The defender sharply replied that he was his own business. Lu Qianfan expressed his opinion that they do not properly perform their duties. The righteous emphasized that he behaves in accordance with the rules and does not require guidance. The young gentleman accused the cultivators of inaction as they were aware of the sacrifice of the demon. The defender recalled that there was no ban on the transfer of fire to all creatures in the feathered will. In addition, no one was forced to believe. Thus, the man did not see the problem. Qianfan suggested that such measures on such a scale were not able to be ordinary people, so the defenders were also involved. The cultivator explained that people were registered and acted according to the charter. The young gentleman acknowledged that it would not be easy to deal with them. The man continued the conversation and reminded that the rules are the same for all. So if the boy dares to attempt, he will turn into an enemy regardless of his origin. The descendant of the noble family Lu felt that he was already too tired to look up, so he ordered Gao to lower her husband. Ij Entsayu immediately executed the command with a single stroke of the fist. Between the divine guard and the righteous, a fight during which the cultivators launched and surrounded violators of the law. The systemic spirit reported that its ruler had launched a mission of fast choice. The guy put in front of the dilemma to seek the guard for help or act on his own. Dissatisfied, Qianfan noticed the joy and pride of the girl. The latter insisted that the young man made his choice. The young gentleman was annoyed that he always had to choose something because he did not love it very much. Throwing the pendant of the dragon's ancestors, our main character suggested that the defender rely on fate, and if the eagle falls, he would live, and if the rescue, then die. In response, the cultivator slightly said that the boy was mocking him. Instead, Qianfan has already thrown up the amulet. At this time, the annoyed demon tore the cocoon and climbed out of it. He was in despair and did not want to put up with the result of recent events. He thought about the children who needed to get rid of, and that God gave him a blessing so that he could do what he could not. The spider decided to eat our hero. He was very hungry, but there was nothing edible around him. Thinking a little, he bit himself and began to suck blood. Swicked, the master tried to remember when he ate the last time. When the demon decided that with a snack, it was time to dine. He was aware that a new spell would bring him a loss of about 40% of nutrient, but still decided to make it. Through the body of the righteous, the blade of sword passed. The attacker was behind his back, so the victim was surprised. The stunned Qianfan confessed that he did not expect like that. The systemic spirit has announced that the mission had failed. In a moment, the attacker removed another defender cultivator. It was when the amulet of our hero fell down. The man explained that others could not kill the righteous, so he didn't have options. After all, he wanted the young gentleman not to tarnish himself. Qianfan greeted him and asked where he knew him. The defender confessed that he was not familiar with our hero, but he saw a majestic ship and guessed the status of a boy. The descendant of the noble family Lu asked him to explain what was happening here. The man asked for the initiative. He then confessed that he had killed a cult because they had to be dead. The divine Vault of Fintu Gao, taking care of the health of the assistant, asked in how she was feeling. Our protagonist demanded detailed explanations why the righteous had to die. The man said that about half a year ago he found that a demonic cultivator was engaged in horrible things. It was then that he found a glare of their energy and decided to put everything. The time has passed, but he didn't get the answer. Instead, the man who convinced him came. This moment was interested in Qianfan. The righteous added that in accordance with the internal rules of the organization of defenders, the killed had no right to get acquainted with the investigation materials. However, he knew everything, and the highest leadership simply remained silent. Lu Qianfan suggested that the top simply resigned to the actions of that cultivator. The man agreed and replied that he thought in the same way, so he decided to act, though he knew that he could change little. For several days, he only watched the cult members of the cult seemed to animals. The guards, which were to be protected, turned into monsters and indulged in demons. The young man asked how the man had the courage to kill. The righteous replied that all this is because of our hero, and explained that only with his help it could attract the attention of senior officials. Lu Qianfan wished to intervene, but the owner stopped her, assuring that everything was fine. The young gentleman asked why the defender started acting on his own. He explained that through the internal affairs of his organization, he could not allow the descendant of a noble family to tarnish himself. The boy wondered what measures they should take and whether the interlocutor is sorry about something. The man replied that he had no doubt and did not regret anything, and he was refreshed by the murder. Qianfan began to glue a fool that he was afraid to get into trouble. The righteous assured the young man that he would be responsible for the murder. The defender added that it will only be necessary to attract the attention of the top so that she is engaged in a demonic cultivator. Suddenly, our hero caught a curse label on his forehead. All were surprised and concerned about the young gentleman. The system girl became angry because problems began again. The righteous called the demonic cultivator crazy because he imposed a curse from a long distance, which is very dangerous. Qianfan asked in the systemic spirit why the evil adept suddenly began to search for him. The girl waved off the answer. The defender was going to follow the place where the demonic cultivator hid, but the young gentleman stopped him. He ordered the XEU Gao to act. The divine guard immediately executed the team. The spider was sitting in his den and collecting energy. He believed that no one could find him. Instead, the cultivator himself was about to eat everyone. In the distant past, when he was still a young man, he wished to become immortal. This idea was like seeds that sprouted in the mind and dissolved the flowers. The life of the evil master is almost over, but he has not found the fruits of this plant. The mother begged her son to stop, but he stubbornly went to the goal. The spider knew that his mother did not understand him, so he did not blame her because of limited. Since the woman has not yet felt all the pleasures of immortality, the man decided to help her practice. The master stressed that if there is not enough practice, you need to make more effort and discard your skin to become immortal. During the next rite, the evil cultivator saw that the sky was moving. He was glad that he was right, and treasures would help him become immortal. The elderly man brought a box and said that he studied the natural array for several days, but he managed to understand everything by only a few %. Qianfan was surprised why so little. It was not enough time, so the elder first decided to use Qingkai as a bait to lure and destroy the demon. At present, he believed that his plan would not succeed and better entrust the case to others. The young gentleman said there was no way back. The elderly man began his rite. The box opened and flew out of the papers with spells that formed a circle around the audience. Our hero asked if it was a formation that was removed from the spatial rules of the wonderful forest for 4 seasons. The pew teacher confirmed this and explained that it was only an embryonic form. There are some key points you need to work. Then the elder told the young man that a magical ball was launched by him. A few lightnings were struck by the Rocky Mountains, in the caves of which the demon was hiding. The spider did not understand why the cloud of disaster was not formed yet, and the heavenly punishment had already come down. The crazy cultivator suggested that heaven was in a hurry to certify his enlightenment. The spider ran out of the cave to greet the heavenly punishment. However, his expectations were unjustified, and in a moment, he dissolved in a bright radiance. The righteous asked the young gentleman, did he just throw an artifact with a thread of a true immortal spirit? The descendant of the noble family answered the affirmative. The defender was stunned and did not give faith because it was possible to form the celestial punishment of a real immortal into a ball. King He was overwhelmed. The father tried to understand why she had such an exhausted appearance. Other believers also felt tired and did not understand what was happening. In saying that the spell of attachment was removed and the unfounded forces given by evil adept disappear. Qianfan agreed that a wedding dress cannot be worn all life, no matter how good it was. The young gentleman wondered the health of the assistant. She replied that the owner had destroyed the statue on time, so its main forces were not injured. The system congratulated the owner with a successful task, killing a higher-level opponent. Our hero received a reward, the legacy of the defeated. The systemic spirit was abused that this time Lu Qianfan voluntarily completed the task of stunning the boy. The girl explained that she could not allow an evil master to absorb her vital energy, which after his death was cleansed and scattered in heaven and on earth, and now it could be called by the spirit. Looking at the young man, the spirit was angry because our main character remained in a state of complete peace. In wondered whether Qianfan was fine and suggested that he rest. The guy refused, though he complained about the bell in his ears. The systemic spirit could not understand why its ruler with Fengshen level did not affect the residual insult and obsession, which remained after the death of a high-level evil cultivator. The defender was concerned, but the descendant of a noble family reassured him, reminding that he was a person who did not enjoy the hassle. The righteous mentioned that the young man was named Longevity. Suddenly, our hero exclaimed that he wanted to make a lot of noise. The cultivator asked for explanations. Then Qianfan said his hired team suggested a strategy. When you want to avoid hassle, it is best to solve problems radically. However, if it is really difficult, then do not doubt, but immediately raise the rates so that the fight goes to the highest level. Then the young man had fun that he had enough resources for this. The systemic lady is dissatisfied. The defender thanked on behalf of the victims of the evil cultivator. Our hero said that further actions will be discussed with his advisors. The young gentleman informed his personal assistant that they were returning to the ship. Chingy caught the Lu Qianfan mascot. However, the guy replied that he gave him a girl. Having carefully examined the amulet, the girl noticed that both sides were the same. The defender was surprised that life and death belonged to the young lord. After jumping on the deck, the young man unexpectedly felt that he was losing consciousness. In screamed from excitement for the owner. The systemic spirit looked at him sadly. Qianfan didn't understand what was happening to him. Yugao made a questioning to a personal assistant as to why the owner did not break through as soon as they felt that something strange was happening with the statue. In put all responsibility on myself. However, the elder Pooh denied it and said that their fault was common because they were too self-confident. A doctor came out of the owner's room. The three immediately began to be interested in the patient's health. The woman said she said that the current condition of the young gentleman is somewhat strange, which struck the attendees. Then she added that, despite this, you did not need to worry about the young man's body. Moreover, Lu Qianfan is currently in such a good shape that it even scared the doctor. The systemic spirit watched as the young man was lying down, and he asked with distrustful that he really felt nothing, because such negative energy was enough to completely change the character of a person. Instead, the guy suggested that the girl was using the stolen anger to make him change. The girl emphasized that she helped the owner to gather a scattered world by the power of improving the evil master. However, energy carries some of his obsession become immortal, which can influence the hero somewhat. Then the girl explained the whole process. When the adept absorbed the vital energy given by her lord, the girl simultaneously polluted her, and after the death of the spider, the force joined the boy's body under her control. Remembering her previous reaction, the young man realized that the spirit was led by an acting game. She thanked that he had strengthened his physique earlier, but it was unknown whether he could put so much energy immediately. The young gentleman asked how the power of improvement from the vital energy she gave him. The girl explained that during the state of concentration of the spirit, it is possible to use the force of primary energy, but after conditions of sitting meditation, it can gain the ability to transform it. Chanfan has indifferently specified if the concentration of the spirit borrows primary energy in the sky and earth, then after the transformation, it belongs to the immortal. The systemic spirit explained that the purification of primary energy is in fact related to a breakthrough to the level of penetration into the future. Although it was something like this, our hero summed up. Since he did not break through to a new level, it seemed like a young man stole a car without being able to go by bus. The girl was surprised that the ruler did not feel angry and helpless, does not feel emptiness, sadness, cold because of her deception, and does not try desperate to give up her strength. Qianfan explained that he had not been about to raise cultivation before, because he did not want to be involved in the affairs of the Academy of Ancient Immortals. But now he does not intend to give up her help. In addition, when the young man ordered the ship to attack the statue, he unexpectedly felt that it was quite relaxing. And for a moment, he had a desire to hit his own way to get more fun. After these words, the girl's eyes shone with unspeakable joy, because finally her lord saw. For a while, the systemic spirit watched the descendant of a noble family. She asked where he was promised ascension, effort and training. To which our hero replied that he had already created a special group that would help him develop a warm-up plan. It was at this time that Lu Qianfan approached his assistant with the initial training plan for the concentration of the spirit, which was developed by the group. Our protagonist asked in how the familiar righteous is doing and how the consequences were eliminated. She answered that all residents are important witnesses, so the defenders will be responsible for their further placement. Later, the guards will be condemned to hold them accountable. After that, the girl fell to her knees in front of the owner and confessed that she made him. Instead, the guy replied that he was not going to blame her at all. Personal helper did not retreat from his. She suggested that because of her inability, the young gentleman decided to start a workout that hates. The systemic spirit was in despair because it was so difficult for the ruler and immediately put it in an uncomfortable position. The latter continued to blame herself that she did not bring the boy from the city even under the fear of her own death. Our hero put her hand on her shoulder to reassure. The young gentleman explained that revenge, in his opinion, is the most worthy and painstaking on the right. Therefore, the girl should not die. Otherwise, he will be crazy about irritation during retribution. She asked in this case, unless they are in the way of revenge. The descendant of the noble family Lu said that he had almost forgotten. The leader of the secret group asked the courtesan whether she had doubts at times. The girl was worried that the owner began to suspect her, so she decided to behave more carefully. The sudden sharp pain gripped the prostitute and she screamed, falling down. The man who used force ordered to understand her with his personality. He said that the rich has many spies around, but only the courtesan has a chance to act. Therefore, she was able to gradually mix the medicines provided by him to the food of the young gentleman. The girl tried to explain that she had not yet won the trust of a descendant of a noble family. However, the man warned that she had no time to hesitate and she would not be able to escape from him. Kurtizanka assured that she would not dare to think about it and undoubtedly fulfill the order. When she remained in the room with tears of pain, she thought that she had no right to hesitate from the beginning. The systemic lady analyzed that her understanding of laziness was wrong. Qianfan, meanwhile, was actively training with the Xiu Zhao. After the fight, the divine guard with delight noted that the sense of time for action and understanding of the situation during the battle of our hero were truly excellent. The young gentleman replied that the compliments were inappropriate. Then Occiju Gao promised to correct the next time. The teacher said that the young man had made progress, showing all the strength and power in the use of symbols and seals. The PU elder noted that not the majority cannot compete with the boy on one level. Noticing the flattery, Qianfan reflected that the use of captured force allows him to miss the boring stage of absorption and transformation of energy, immediately receiving combat power. Then, our hero turned to the teacher and explained that the fiery mascot has a weak power and is difficult to control. The elderly man has promised to replace the signs with the help of the magical symbol. The systemic spirit thought that its ruler was not interested in cultivation, and because of this, it does not work. Suddenly, a descendant of a noble family announced that he had become overwhelmed and decided to finish his workout. Subsequently, when Qianfan was lying on a bed with a book, the girl turned to her carrier with that he should not relax because of a little progress. She stressed that as long as he enjoys instant comfort and rest, others training lonely. And so its ruler should feel anxious about it. In response, the young gentleman asked what mood people who are ready to spend their lives alone are cultivated. The systemic spirit didn't consider such questions to be appropriate and explained the philosophical phrase, having heard DAO in the morning, you cannot die in the evening. Without understanding these words, the guy turned away. The courtesanka entered the room and reported that she had prepared a drink for the owner. The systemic spirit was dissatisfied with her hurry. The young gentleman asked why the mistress so suddenly decided to prepare him a drink and even bring it personally. The girl explained that she wanted to thank for the defense when she was in the city and was exposed to a demon spell. Qianfan had fun saying that she should not feel alien, because she is his man, so he will, of course, protect her. Kurtazanka added that she did not see her master within a few days, so she was very sad for them. The prostitute suggested drinking the drink she made from aromatic herbs. Our hero ordered to leave the tube and promised to taste it later. The girl agreed because she was expecting such an answer. Then she called her master a mysterious person. The prostitute explained that since he brought her to the celestial ship, Qianfan behaves as a person who does not hide his desires. However, in fact, it is always deep in the soul at a distance from it. The young gentleman said that a girl dreamed of a pure romantic relationship with such a play. Kurtazanka replied that her master was not at all like a heartless person. She was convinced of this because for the sake of a completely unfamiliar girl, he was ready to resist the masters of a righteous cult. Our hero tried to deny it, but the prostitute said that his amulet looks like and that he has the same pattern on both sides. The girl suggested that her master was not going to give the right to choose the righteous when he raised her hand to the baby. The game of the young gentleman was unconvincing. Looking at the owner's mindfulness, the systemic spirit was abused from the fact that his ideas were exposed. Holding the pot with the plant, the conspirator was surprised that the parasite had been successful. He understood that this was not enough, because the concealment of mental parasites compensates for their individual weakness. So it was necessary to repeat the manipulation several more times to complete the process. Going from the room, the conspirator thought that only in this way he could enslave our hero. A few days later, Kurtizanka actively ate the young Mr. Poison and followed the leader of secret grouping. The man thought that another parasite was successful. Li Mei coped well, so now the amount was enough to enslave the Qianfan soul. And today was a good day for this case. The courtesan lay on the bed and watched the night landscape dreamily. The young gentleman made a compliment, a gentle blush on her white neck. The girl was raging from these words. Suddenly, the conspirator entered the room and apologized for breaking Qianfan entertainment. Li Mei grabbed a knife, and our hero asked, dissatisfied, how the guards missed the man and why he came at all. The leader of the secret grouping replied that our main character himself called him. The man looked at the courtesan and said that he was sorry to part with her. He expressed compassion that she had only 3 chances of obsession in his entire life, after which she became useless. Qianfan realized that the girl faced a real scum every day. The conspirator noted the tranquility of the young gentleman and added that it did not matter in the face of death. After these words, the man's eyes broke out, and he began a spell of the divine abduction of the soul. With its inherent peace, Qianfan agreed that it came to the end. The conspirator was surrounded by the conspirator. The man did not understand how it happened. The exile Gao with the PU's elder counted the embarrassed leader of the secret group. The elderly man directed a spell of the constellation to the offender, and in a moment the conspirator dissolved in the air. He then told the young lord that the person was sent. Qianfan said they should also go. The guy returned to Li Mei and said that although there was no such agreement in their agreement, he would also offer her to accompany his master. Qianfan added, if some things are pronounced directly, there will be no space for maneuver. A few days ago, when the courtesan came to the owner's room, she confessed that the drink had been added to the drink. The girl explained that his body was very fragile. An ordinary child who will make a little effort can easily crush it. However, in large quantities, they become a natural material for the soul path. They also create many mascots and symbols, so the conspirator wants to take advantage of the fact that it is difficult to detect and introduce them into the body of Qianfan to enslave his soul. The young gentleman clarified whether the girl was betrayed. Li Mei explained that even after completing the task, the leaders would still not look over her. She said that they were only given 3 opportunities to insert into the body, which is actually 3 births. But if the spirit chooses the body for the last time, then after his release, he will have no strength for a new admiration. Mei knew that the leader would rather turn it into spell material than return freedom. Being caught up, training and performing tasks on his order, the girl was strapped. The systemic spirit listened to a confession with surprise. The young gentleman thought and asked the courtesan to tell about his plan. Li Mei explained, before a sufficient number of parasites will be collected to activate the spell, the conspirator can only feel whether they are parasitizing. The prostitute will play him as if Qianfan got caught. When the time comes, the leader himself will appear in front of a young master to apply the spell. The descendant of the noble family asked what the girl wanted for the information provided. Li Mei asked for our main character to force the conspirator to terminate the contract with her. Qianfan asked if she was afraid that the offender would get angry and kill her when he learns of betrayal, because given the contract, he would not be difficult to do so. After some reflections, the courtesan confidently stated that she was to die than to live without freedom. The leader of the secret group was on the roof of the building. He realized that a sealed array was used against him. The young gentleman explained that this reinforced formation was borrowed from the one that the conspirator used when he tried to kill Qianfan. Therefore, the man should not spend in vain. The leader acknowledged that he got to the trap. The protagonist suggested to postpone the conversation and start a true battle. The descendant of a noble family ordered the elder to take the seal. The conspirator watched the paper around him begin to burn, after which he asked the young man if he was really going to fight him face to face. The man confidently stated that with a pathetic stage of concentration of the soul, which the boy had, the opponent will not be able to match him. In a moment, Pu announced that he reduced the enemy's strength to Qianfan. The young gentleman reported that the opponent was doomed, but if he wins the duel on an equal footing, the guy would give him a chance to live with a contract with a prostitute. Hoping that our hero keeps the word, the conspirator broke the chains that have dragged the demon for so many years. From incredible joy, the girl wept. She thanked the owner with delight for salvation and liberation. The guy replied that this was her personal one bid. The angry leader reported that there is a large abyss between the cultivators of high and normal levels in the sense of technicians. Then he put into operation his forces. Lu Qianfan used the wind of great unity and confidently gave resistance to the opponent. An active battle was tied between men. The enemy tried in vain to apply a return to silence. The guy used the escape technique. In one of the culminating moments, the conspirator almost killed our hero, but the latter struck a stroke. The elderly man informed the young man that a recent spike in speed exceeded his current state. However, the teacher made a timely adjustment to continue practical classes. The conspirator was indignant because of a dishonest struggle. In response, Qianfan explained because the cultivator with the level of the emperor called a newcomer to the duel, the boy wisely applied heavenly scales. This information was even more angry with the leader of the secret group. The battle continued all night, and in the morning, both men had a bad look. The tired Qianfan happily reported that the fight was truly exciting and tense. However, the winner was not determined between them, so the guy offered to relax and recover, and later continued the fight. The conspirator knew that he had no choice. A personal assistant told the owner that the breakfast had already been prepared. The young gentleman decided to take a shower first. Suddenly, the guy was in an unknown place. Assuming that it is the space of the system, he complained to the systemic lady who was fighting throughout the night and now wants to rest. However, no one answered in response to his outraged complaints. Our hero stood in the middle of a gloomy desert in solitude. In and XSU Gao noticed that something had happened to their master. The young gentleman stopped still and did not respond to the surrounding. The systemic spirit has announced that its ruler was in internal contemplation. The girl reminded that she had gone through difficulties to gain the power of an evil adept for a young gentleman, not for the sake of having fun with the mascots. She ordered him to focus on internal contemplation to see her own essence. After all, this condition is a mystical practice that most cultivators only dream of. Watching the indifference of her carrier, the systemic lady explained that the creation of the foundation and concentration of the spirit is very important stages. However, the last thing the cultivator must do before he sees the sky, earth, and other living beings is to see himself. That is why sitting meditation comes after the concentration of the spirit. The ability to achieve introspection determines the upper limit of the further cultivation path. Only with sufficient clarity of knowledge and understanding of oneself can one be lost on a long road. Seeing complete misunderstanding in the eyes of the ruler, she remembered that the guide did not like theoretical lessons. The young gentleman asked what the attitude of this all that was enthusiastic. The systemic spirit explained that the force filled with images and attachments of higher cultivators for each of its calls causes a clash between man and these images. Under the influence of this energy, it is much easier to achieve introspection. The girl added that eventually quarrels and drunken pranks are the fastest way to know the true nature of man. Qian Fan specified that because of the quarrel, it quickly reached an internal contemplation. The young gentleman comforted that his ability in verbal battles is quite significant. Before starting to deal with himself, the guy looked around to understand where he is. Etsu Gao is passionate about saying that his master really has an unusual talent given to him by heaven because he was able to enter the state of internal contemplation. According to legends, you can dive into the abyss of embarrassment and errors, and with the slightest carelessness will be lost for decades. None of the attendees had the experience of internal contemplation. The elder reported that he had already arranged around 3 formations: cleansing the heart, keeping rest, and enlightenment. The divine guard thanked for his care. In asked Pu, asking if he knew something about the difficulties that arise during internal contemplation. The elderly man replied that this thing has a special way on the heart and mind. Watching the body of the young gentleman as food, a personal assistant asked if Qian Fan had a strong will enough to get to a trap that cannot be reached. The systemic spirit was thinking that the internal contemplation came too unexpectedly. It worried her because she could not intervene. After reflection, the girl came to the conclusion that a sense of strong will does not belong to her lazy carrier. Meanwhile, our hero constantly wandered the space, shouting and thinking about where the real I is. After a while, he noticed that the white fog around him was endless. A very angry young man rushed to run to reach the limit. The systemic spirit, with despair, realized that the carrier was too deeply immersed in the obsession of finding himself and began to be lost. The girl did not understand why Lu Qianfan got lost so quickly, as if he had not resisted. Suddenly, our hero decided that since he could not find true himself, he would no longer continue his search. The young gentleman lay down in the middle of space and reflected on how the internal contemplation is paid, hourly or daily. The systemic spirit was aware that the young man still had a completely unbreakable appearance. This meant that his determination to seem so firm that the guy was not exposed to extraneous thoughts. Suddenly, they both heard someone approaching them. Qianfan noted that it was not surprising that he could not find a true himself, because he was chasing after him. In a moment, our hero jumped and was interested in examining the office slave. Gradually, he began to understand everything. By understanding why the internal contemplation was mysterious, the descendant of a noble family equated a sedentary meditation to a mirror examination. The young gentleman came to the conclusion that the improvement is from outside, but the true essence is given by the person himself. The systemic lady was moved by the fact that her carrier finally realized the meaning of internal contemplation, when the true essence becomes a beacon on the way of future improvement, pointing to the majestic road. The spirit prompted the ruler not to delay. But Qianfan was a person with severe decision-making syndrome, which once spent 3 hours only to create a character's face before starting the game. The day after, the leader of the secret group sat in the middle of a room covered with magic chains. The young man broke into the premises and announced that a practical training is beginning today. And since Qianfan has made little progress yesterday, the man now allows a man to make more effort. He cast a derogatory look towards the young gentleman and suggested beating, not to chat. The boy got another bunch of mascots and informed the opponent that the day before he was too fond of a fight, so he did not even have time to respond to the monster with the tentacles. An explosion came in a moment. Our hero jumped into the ceiling and attacked elongated enemy Matsaki with the help of artifacts. The PU's elder warned the young gentleman to be careful and hidden because the opponent used his or her hands off for the ambush. Tsugao did not see a place for the hiding place, so he suggested a summer man to pull out a guy. However, suddenly, the elder Pu felt that at his feet someone was breaking from the ground. The next moment was behind the back and attacked the teacher. The offender decided that it would be enough to kill a man first. Tetsu Gao and Li hurried to the rescue of the elder. They immediately repelled the attacker, throwing it a few meters. Lu Qianfan was indignantly ordered the conspirator not to touch the audience because the man was a rival of the young lord. In response, the leader of the secret group would call with him so that he could take the seal that he was restraining his strength. A strong vortex of magical energy was raised in the room. The conspirator stared at the young man who had spent. The man said, dissatisfied, that our main character thoughtlessly spends precious mascots as if they were ordinary beans. Instead, the young gentleman noted, because the opponent is very injured, it is worth postponing training and just relaxing. The conspirator noted that the descendant of the noble family Lu constantly uses borrowed power to pretend. He then asked who actually was Qianfan without this misconception. After his words, the man called Ningchen and turned into a giant octopus. All present were stunned by the surprise and the size of the marine animal. The guide tried to find a mascot of teleportation, but the spirit ordered him to give Drapak immediately. It was a good advice, because in a moment, the pod root struck a giant tentacle in the place where the young man just stood. Outraged by such boldness of the enemy, Gao immediately rushed into the marine animal. The PU's elder tried to stop the divine guard, so he imposed a spell through which XIU could not break through. The guard didn't understand why the teacher stopped him. Instead, Lu Qianfan responded, who said that he would be overflowing. The elder suppressed the enemy's strength by a drink by a chain. Pu explained that the young gentleman has mascots and protective artifacts, so nothing wrong should happen. Gao apologized to the owner for the misunderstanding because he believed that the young man was killed. Qianfan asked that the elder knew about this giant octopus. He explained that some cultivators were engaged in malicious affairs, resulting in Ningchen that they absorbed. After these words, the teacher addressed the divine guard and ordered him to call the duo Zhongqian. The fall of the body, the crazy death, the victory over the enemy, the protection of the DAO, the principles embedded in the celestial army of the sinful legion. In addition to the breakthrough of boundaries and raising the levels, cultivators are improving and raising the levels and filling it with their spiritual power. This thing later grows and becomes inspired. The young gentleman asked if someone else could use a personal spiritual artifact that grew up XDA's Yu Gao except the guard itself. The elder explained that in other people's hands it will be only a regular sword. Flower Fate, the spear of the personal assistant of our main character, is a similar thing. Pu hinted that the young man also timed to choose a personal spiritual artifact. The guy reluctantly realized that he would not be able to ask anyone to cultivate a thing for him, so it would take a lot of effort. The elder assured that it is not necessary to worry because cultivators choose artifact according to their preferences and habits, and the objects themselves are certainly different value. Qianfan has specified whether the item could already be endowed with force. The teacher also agreed as an example of the divine weapons of XDEU Gao and In, which became even stronger after fusion. Accordingly, the complexity of cultivation of such artifacts is significantly reduced. Many improving cultivators preferred the rule, the smaller, the better. The idea was very much liked by the young gentleman, and he decided to gradually look for a powerful artifact for himself. Then the young man recalled that they had to talk about a giant octopus. Pooh explained that the sprut is another use of artifacts to help the owner to break through the boundaries and climb a new level. The breakthrough requires a large number of mental, physical, and spiritual forces. The artifact protects most of the ruler. When they are exhausted, the cultivator can get them out of the replenishment. Our protagonist came to the conclusion that a huge spruce is actually an artifact of the conspirator. Pooh said that in addition to celestial and earthly treasures, there are animals that have a rich spiritual power. When using prohibited techniques, you can seal animals in your body and borrow their strength to rapidly increase their skills. Qianfan realized where the enemy had so high level. This heretical method is very risky. If the owner cannot suppress the power of the spiritual beast with his own, he will be absorbed by him from the inside. The rebellion and capture of the owner's body is Ningxin. The descendant of the noble family Lu was indignant, remembering the words of the man about the borrowed power, because the conspirator himself did the same. In the internal contemplation, the system spirit on all sides examined the office slave. She wasn't thinking about what her carrier thinks. Qianfan's cabin entered Li Mei. The guy wondered what plans the girl has about the future. Kurtizanka reminded that the young gentleman had bought her, and therefore is her master. Our protagonist remembered that he did it to find out the true culprits of the attack on him and his father. Mei fell to the young man on her knees, greener thanks for his release. She promised to never forget about his kinder, which gave her a new life. Helping the girl to rise, Qianfan sincerely assured that she had no doubt. Their conversation was sharply broken by the appearance of Lu Wanfu, which rapidly broke into the room. Uncle announced that it had happened. The young gentleman asked what was talking about. The warlike elder was embarrassed that he could prevent the couple. However, by sailing the air, the man still explained that the news concerns the mother of our main character, who was in a depressed state and wanted to see her son before death at least once again. Qianfan was quite impressed with this and suggested that the conspirators return from the secret group. He then asked where his father was currently. Wanfu promised to tell everything after returning. The descendant of a noble family decided to immediately order a change in the ship to return home. However, his uncle stopped him, because the situation was an urgent commander to take advantage of thousands of television 1,000 li for direct movement. He also reported that others had already returned. Then Wanfu said Qianfan to worry about nothing, as he will take the investigation into the attackers and report on his course to the young lord. After the teleportation of the boy, the warlike elder told the embarrassed Li Mei that she would have to stay with him for a while. Having noticed that her son appeared in the ancestral estate, she ordered him to monitor her behavior, because today they were waiting for high-respect guests. At this time, an unknown female voice came behind his back. The young man looked around to see his owner. Lin Wallen asked if this glorified legitimate descendant of Lu family and of the one who became her husband. According to the legends 1,000 years ago, an evil dragon descended on the ground, who made a brawlet between people. Everywhere he came, living creatures suffered, and people could no longer tolerate these torments. Fortunately, one brave warrior appeared at the time of danger. He came into battle with a dragon that made the mountains move, the earth split, and the sun and the moon to lose its light. After the 7-day and 7-night battle, he finally destroyed the evil demon. The people who survived proclaimed him by the emperor. This is how Qingtian Kingdom was founded. Our protagonist remembered that this arrogant beauty that stands in front of him is a descendant of the same warrior. The Empress Qingtian asked if the guy was really Lu Qianfan, but the young man humbly replied that she was wrong, because in front of her a regular traveler who got lost. For these bold words, the young gentleman received from his mother a strong particular, through whom he was on his knees. Qianfan's mother has apologized to her baby too much. The Empress took into account her courtesy and stressed that she needed such respect. Then, the girl asked where the head of the Lu family is currently. Qianfan's mother reported that her husband went to Nylon to explore an anomaly there. With regard to her son, she noted that Lin Wallen would not worry, because the boy loves to kneel. The Empress ordered the guard to leave her, and the young gentleman was thinking about why the girl looked so carefully at him. The ruler asked if the conversation of marriage was so frightened by a descendant of a noble family that he did not even dare to recognize his status. Our hero sincerely confessed to her that all his life was freedom and independent, and marriage meant only an obstacle to his desire for freedom. The angry mother put a spell on her son and said because he likes to be landed, he should now lie on the ground. The young gentleman asked for a nanny, turning his words to jokes. When the women went, she reported it to the owner, who noted the betrayal of the assistant and her unification with her mother. Subsequently, in the Lu Qianfan bedroom, a systemic lady interrupted the behavior of her carrier, tearing it. The girl found that her ruler also had times when he is afraid to offend someone. The boy was offended by his mother's slap and glad to move back. The young gentleman realized that he would not be able to resist evil forces, so he was thinking about escape. And since In and Xtien Yu Gao were on the other side of the barricade, it will have to be deserted. The guy opened the window and met with the harsh look of his mother that he was preparing to escape again. Not understanding how she was here, the young man tried to justify himself, as if he had just opened a window for ventilation. Of course, the woman did not believe it. The mother attacked her son with the assumption that he just wanted to escape as possible, not to get married. Qianfan recalled that he was forced to return under the pretext of death. Instead, the woman remembered the young man that the criminals came to him, but the young gentleman went to the meeting unauthorized. Of course, she wanted to see her son before her death. The woman was taken by the sadness that the only son of the family seeks pleasure every day and does not think about progress while his father is in seclusion, believing that it will help to achieve a breakthrough. Our hero, with the help of tricks and flattery, tried to reassure his mother. However, the woman remained in her mind about marriage, believing that her husband finally did the right one. The swordsman strictly warned that he would now personally monitor his son so that he did not intend to escape. Subsequently, during fishing, Qianfan thought that the flow was impossible and it was very tedious. The hero thought about whether he really had to get married so early. And since the Empress was focused on her career, it meant to forget about peace in the future. On the other hand, he considered it quite pleasant. It was at this moment that the Empress said behind his back that the fish pecked on the hook and needed to be pulled. From unexpectedness, the guy was frightened and asked why she was walking so quietly. Instead of answering, the girl suggested to help catch fish and grabbed a fishing rod from his hands. Qianfan's mother asked the subordinates if they had prepared everything. They assured her that everything is fine. After that, the woman ordered to start, and the elder Pu said the spell. A giant catfish appeared in the lake and swallowed the fish on the fishing rod. At this time, the Empress holding a fishing rod firmly. Predatory fish almost tightened Lin Wallen to the water, but our main character hurried to help. The guy grabbed the girl for the condition and ordered to hold the fishing rod more firmly. Otherwise, the fish would pop. Suddenly, the guy was attacked by the Wallen guards with exclamations to protect his owner. One of the guards instructed a sharp sword blade to the throat of a young gentleman. The mother of Qianfan looked angrily at the subordinates. Etsu Gao explained that they were all admired by the orders of their people who forgot to stop rivals. Instead, the Empress has drove her guards herself. The young man looked at her embarrassedly. The swordsman said with great relief that she staged a scene where the hero saves beauty. The woman turned to the elder, who explained that she had already removed the spell. The young gentleman looked at the fish that they had just pulled out of the water with the girl. Lin Wallen happily reported that it was his trophy, because only thanks to the help of the boy, she was able to catch her. The Empress turned and left, saying cheerfully that she first caught fish and she liked this activity. The guy was surprised to view his prey, not understanding since his lake has emerged a new kind of marine animals. The mother of our main character has doubts whether these two are really suitable for marriage. The evening twilight went down to the city. Qianfan, along with Lin Wallen, walked down the street. A passerby in a mask turned to Mr. Song to the fact that further events depend only on him. He assured that, writing plays for theatre for more than 10 years, he has succeeded in creating love stories. The Empress looked around. The anticipation told her that something strange was happening around. Event first. The monk approached Qianfan and Lin Wallen and asked them to stop. He reported that their meeting was a fate and suggested receiving the prophecy. The young man joked that today the monks have come to the fact that they were calling customers directly on the street. However, the guy asked if the girl wanted to pull the prophecy. She agreed. The young gentleman pulled his wand and gave the monk to decrypt. The monk greeted the benefactor and said that he was intended to be a wonderful connection that was not worth the losing. Our hero acknowledged that the interpretation of prophecy was very purposeful, and they went with the Empress on the event of a friend. Qianfan noticed in the crowd a man who pleaded with a woman not to go, confessing to her in warm feelings. The young gentleman was feeling the emotions of adolescence. But suddenly, the guy heard that the woman refuses her husband because he is his younger sister. Qianfan stopped Lin. Both watched as unhappy relatives flood tears because of the cruelty of fate. The man assured that they were not guilty, and the woman answered that he would envy those who could be together without restriction. Then she sang that in the next life it is necessary to appreciate the love connection. She was joined by a man who in his verse stressed that it is not necessary to spend years in vain. The actors ended with a phrase that only pity. Going from them, Qianfan could not understand since he became the main character. The Empress looked at him with surprise. Both noticed that today in the city all people behave quite strange. Lin agreed with him. The young gentleman was interested in this phenomenon. The girl said that recently someone is constantly sneaking. Wallen was not sure of which one was persecuted. The guy asked where she learned about it. The Empress explained that she mastered the secret art of spiritual practice, which specializes in the identification of enemies and tracking their traces. Qianfan thought about her words. Gao and Mr. Song followed the two. The latter was pleased that his approach was really effective, and young people began to get closer. Brixan Yu agreed with that, in hiding among the passers-by, and reported that she was feeling wrong. The Divine Guard told her that she was thinking too much. Gao asked if she was not sometimes afraid that he had overshadowed her. Mr. Song reported that it was time to move to the climax and strengthen the relationship between the main characters of the scene, so everyone should be alert. Qianfan asked the system spirit if she noticed something. The girl answered that she was not his detector and asked for greater respect for her. The young gentleman explained the Empress that he had recently been attempted, so he suspects that there were still hostile elements in the city that wanted to harm him. When asked whether her guards were nearby, Lin said she had left the guards at home on the advice. After all, to have fun, you should not bring too many people, because it only spoils the atmosphere. Given the hard, Qianfan bitterly realized that the situation was becoming more problematic. And at this time, Ixtu Gao ordered the subordinates to prepare. The flower department should toss the petals and the fireworks department to run all the salutes together. Soon, two men with baskets filled with flowers sharply rushed to the young gentleman and his companion. The Empress spoke in advance, protecting the boy. As soon as a stranger threw a handful of petals in their direction, the girl got her sword and, causing a fire wave, turned the flowers into ashes. Mr. Song and Gao were stunned by that. In a moment, the sky broke out 100 fireworks. Lin Wallen demanded Unknown to appear before her and call herself. Men with baskets were completely lost and stood, as if dug, not understanding how to proceed. The Empress warned Qianfan to be careful because the petals can be a means of magical spells. She explained that it was a very rare method and suggested that conspirators could be everywhere in the area of the city. The girl grabbed the boy by her hand and said that she had to run with the environment. The stunned Ixtu Gao said it was not like the planned scenario. Mr. Song agreed with him, reporting that he also did not expect like that. Looking at how two people fly in the sky in the middle of the fireworks, In could not hide smiles. She did not know if they had feelings, but she accurately felt a hot atmosphere. Lu Wuji watched how waves of magical energy spilled in the forest. Soon a demon was set out of the red fog and rushed with his sword on his father Qianfan. Using his power, the man overcame. However, on his hand, the enemy left deep wounds. The guard reported reports of scouts. The whole forbidden zone is now wrapped in a bloody fog. The warrior asked the owner whether it was necessary to send people for research. Wuji replied that it is better to strengthen the defense around the perimeter in advance. He then added that the bloody fog pulsates and the buried hills will open soon, so it will be quite lively here in the near future. Looking into the depths of the forest, the father of our main character thought that everyone would start in a hurry. The next day after the night's adventure, Qianfan's mother shouted at his subordinates for arranging an attack instead of falling in love with the newlyweds. The ex-dear Yu Gao admitted that he also did not expect such a reaction of the empress, because in reality they were only the petals of flowers. The swordsman noted that the only result of actions was the transformation of a couple into combat companions. A personal assistant intervened in the conversation and suggested that's such a bad thing. Although the famous actor has failed, his approach deserves attention and can be used as an example. It explained that her master and empress have a noble origin, so it is really difficult to cause mutual sympathy between them. The sword did not understand what it was in mind. Then, Qianfan's personal assistant remembered that once a young gentleman called the term ice-breaking. According to In, it was necessary to arrange an adventure where they would reject all their secular statuses to break the ice in a relationship. The mother of our hero said that this idea is quite reasonable. However, she was worried about where to arrange such an adventure. The descendant of the noble family enjoyed peace, lying in a chair with a book in his hands. The notification reported that the carrier continued to lazy, and his life energy added 124 points. Noticing the tired look of a systemic lady, Qianfan offered to relax because she should not be so exhausted when playing her role. She reminded that the guy was in the stage of contemplation and finished the true self. Therefore, the young man should urgently choose the main technique to turn his energy into a real one. True energy is the inner power of the essence that practices improvement. Each cultivator, depending on its nature, has its own unique characteristics. If a practicing person has an inflammatory and hot attitude, then after reflecting his true energy, the condensed true energy will be aggressive as if fire. Instead, those who practice demonic ways through cultivation of techniques can conduct true energy that will have extremely high absorbent abilities and destructive power. The guy indifferently specified that it is best to choose the technique that will fit the true eye to achieve the effect that will outweigh the usual amount of parts. The system was glad that the carrier understood everything correctly and ordered the main method of cultivation as soon as possible. After the unexpected consent of the ruler, the girl was surprised why he gave way this time. The guy decided to sleep that the spirit was angry. The systemic lady ordered him to act immediately. But the young gentleman did not want to rush. Suddenly, his mother came to our main character and asked who was in a hurry. He stood up sharply and offered her a place in a chair. The woman said she would do without a ceremony because she came to entrust her son to her son. The young man firmly stated that he would not give up the task. The mother asked how he would do if she ordered him to marry the empress immediately. Qianfan has been crying because his wise, powerful, and beautiful nanny would never make his child marry the will. The mother did not understand who she succeeded in her son and decided to go to business. She recalled that a girl from the imperial dynasty, and in addition to discussing marriage, should visit a funeral ridge. The woman added that even if you are unwilling to marry immediately, the boy should not forget about decency. Therefore, he will be obliged to accompany the empress. The mother of our hero decided not to force her son to the wedding after he fulfilled this task. The guy was quite surprised by this news. The swordsman confirmed that since she is his mother, she will not be able to deceive her baby. The young gentleman joyfully ran the assigned task. The empress was surprised to ask whether Lu Qianfan really wanted to accompany her to the funeral ridge. The boy's mother told that as soon as the son heard that the girl was going to take the risk, going on a trip, he could not be stopped. The young man insisted on accompaniment. The girl thought deeply. Then the swordsman grabbed her hand and in a serious tone that although Qianfan usually speaks sharply, but in the middle of her heart, he cares for her. Lin Wallen involuntarily agreed. The mother of our hero was abused from the fact that he had full power over the newlyweds. The guy told the spirit that using a certain method, you can create a television world and then only good to control it to accumulate more than the produced true energy. He explained that he would be able to improve with her comfort, which was good for health. However, the systemic lady was indignant and did not consider it necessary to help the carrier to control the world. Qianfan reassured her and ordered just to go for his thoughts. Concerning the issue of improving the relationship between the system and the owner is mutually beneficial cooperation. Assuming that in the project they will develop together, the hero's party has already provided funding and idea. Then the spirit must make its share in the form of work. He ordered the girl to take responsibility for everyday management and service, because that is what she should do as his or her partner. The systemic lady agreed that the young man was right. Lu Qianfan suggested that you go to business immediately. Suddenly, the spirit has comprehended that it is a system, so it could not be a partner of the carrier. In addition, it gives him magical artifacts and resources. The young man equated them to junk, which caused great hurt to the girl. Subsequently, Qianfan suggested that they both make concessions. The systemic lady asked what he was in mind, and the guy explained that he had a method of improvement that could create 1,200 spirits of plants. He recalled that she had already collected the strength of demonic cultivators and therefore could use this method to create perfumes of plants and then allow them to support and control the illusory world. Handling, the hero reported that in the event of his disagreement, he would resort to it because there is no special interest in improving and would prefer to remain a spoiled rich. With lightning speed, the systemic lady agreed to the terms of the contract. Qianfan shook her hands rapidly as a sign of pleasant cooperation, but the girl had no doubt that she had been sewed in a fool. Among the courtyard, the servant was taken to a pile of box. The mother of the hero asked, dissatisfied, that she was doing again. In replied that the young gentleman was engaged in improvement and ordered everything to be prepared. This news stunned the woman, and she reacted violently to her, but in the next moment, she was in a hurry to justify itself before the empress. She explained that she just wanted to find out what her son was practicing and why she arranged such a great fuss. In told that the owner practices mystical art as the main method of cultivation selected for him. So you need to create an illusory world inside the body, what the young man is preparing for. The empress asked if the treasure trove was being cultivated. A personal assistant was surprised that Wallen had heard about her. Lin replied that they said that the illusory world created with this method has boundless use. Taking that this technique has long been lost, she did not expect to find it here. The swordsman suspected it is not good because the young man never trained. But right now, he chose the moment to leave the girl in anticipation and went to practice. She decided to talk about it with her son. The woman reported that, thanks to the Empress Qianfan, who usually did not enthusiasm to practice, realized that he would accompany Wallen, so he began to work hard after changing her attitude. The girl confessed that this technique was not easy to learn and requires only a high level of understanding and natural talent. This meant the descendant of the noble family was indeed outstanding. The elder told the owner that the preparation was finished and wished to achieve improvement in mystical arts. Our hero released the teacher and exclaimed that he was ready for enlightenment. The system reported that the problem was completed. The task of the carrier is inactivity. To observe others install a magical array during the burning of one aroma and passive observation from the side. The young gentleman pressed the receive button for the task. Qianfan has gained a sudden illumination card. Its use allowed to enter the state of heavenly spiritual wisdom and enjoy an incredible understanding for 30 minutes. The spirit reported that the three elements needed to create the world of illusions, resource, talent, and physical condition, were now available. She reminded of drugs consumed by the carrier to improve the body. Qianfan smugly replied that they were eventually developed for him hundreds of people from the Department of Mystical Art, and improvement of health was initially included in their calculations. The systemic lady decided to put up with him and ordered to start. Our hero activated the card. The glow of powerful energy swept the guy. He soon confessed that he gradually penetrates the essence of everything. The housewife, the empress, and the elder Pu unexpectedly witnessed the bright light spilled throughout the building. The mother scared and rushed to the teacher to tell what happened to her son. The man reassured her, explaining that the young gentleman began to create an illusory world. Pu noted that the young man was gifted with heaven. The swordsman sighed with relief because she thought that Qianfan fell into obsession through practice. The Lin Wallen Empress was satisfied with the incredible basis of the young descendant of the Lu family. Our hero realized that using thought as seeds and the body as a basis, a family of the world that feeds on the initial energy of the sky and the earth is formed until it explodes. Turning from the bright light, The systemic lady was worried that she set up his understanding too high. The young gentleman has shouted that the sun and the moon were carrying on his shoulders to create a new sky. Looking around, our protagonist realized that the world of illusions has a rather deserted look. Therefore, Qianfan decided to move some valuable artifacts from his room. Later, he decided to find a place with good energy to place my own. Finding what was arranged, he suffered his avatar and said that he was leaving that place on him. Returning to the room, Qianfan announced that he was tired and has been completed today. The systemic spirit noted that the carrier had coped quite quickly and asked if he placed his real eye. The young man replied that he had just finished and reported that the speed of condensation of real energy increased more than 3 times. He then began to reflect on further optimization of the control of the world of illusions. The girl was surprised by the words of her ruler. The hero thought that a lot of resources are simply accumulating there and do not bring maximum benefit, so the appropriate distribution had to be made. The systemic spirit was genuinely rejoiced because it did not expect such a result. Her plan for educating the owner was quite successful, and, if knowledge, she would have previously imposed an aura on a young man. The guy stopped her sharply and asked where the awards and resources of the system usually came from. Suddenly, a young gentleman grabbed the girl in her arms. In his eyes, strange lights were felt. Qianfan suspected that the system is also something between reality and illusion. Nevertheless, he wanted it to be cleaner. Asking if she is a fiction, the young man decided to use it as a hook. The girl did not understand what was talking about. They began to report a number of mistakes. Then our hero began to demand him permission to see her through. He had a premonition that, through the system of his concept of the illusory world, he would rise to a new level. The girl gave her the carrier to let her go. However, something incomprehensible happened in a moment and the system disappeared. The guy was left alone in the room. Our protagonist was aware and did not understand whether he managed to plunge into the world of illusion or not. He decided that he no longer needed enlightenment because he felt that his brain was about to empty. He became strange from the fact that this time the system did not immediately come to him to whimper. The servants went to prepare the necessary accessories for the font as the young gentleman wanted to take a bath to relieve fatigue. In the pavilion of rare treasures, Yu Huan was treated with flavors and praised the art of Chan Yui. The boy thanked Lu Qianfan, thanks to which he could visit this place again. The young gentleman asked the girl what the delicious dish he eats is called. Chan Yui shyly replied that she only recently developed these foods, so she did not have time to give her name. The dish was made from 3 heavenly bamboo and night dragon horns. Huan spit out food for a moment and then told that he had heard one of the night dragons in training, but he was stunned and cut off. The boy asked if the lady did. In response, Chan Yui reminded that she was only a cook and received a horn from another person. When asked Qianfan who was the man, she called the name Helian Kunfu from the Dragon Palace. Yu Huan satisfied this information. And the girl wondered in our main character whether he savor his dish, to which he answered. After that, Chan Yui reported that she had many new dishes according to her own recipes and asked if he would like a young gentleman to eat them daily. A little laughing at her, Lu Qianfan suggested that she wanted to become a personal chef in his home and asked if she was so uncomfortable in the pavilion of rare treasures. Chan Yui scolded. The offended girl immediately decided to go to check whether the wood dishes were prepared, which was amazed at the zipper. Yu Huan told Qianfan that after spreading rumors about the wedding with the empress, Chan Yui began to worry. That is why she invited a descendant of a noble family for today's dinner. As he understands nothing, the young gentleman asked what his marriage is here and whether the lady wanted to organize a wedding banquet. These words struck Huan, and he asked what happened to Qianfan. Our hero explained that last time he has softened the brains through a breakthrough, so he feels like in the fog lately. Yu reproached for a breakthrough because his father beats again because he had fun with Lu, he was stuck in place. The young man was still punished today, but he fled this feast. Qianfan justified that he did not arrange diligent training, just made a little effort, but immediately there was a breakthrough. These words were outraged by his interlocutor. Huan asked if our hero was going to the funeral ridge. The descendant of the noble family Lu admitted that he would not be able to avoid this, so he would have to take a walk. The boy said that there are major changes in the city lately and prominent people are going. He suggested that our hero may have interrupted with them. The descendant of the noble family Lu was surprised to ask what important persons were talking about. Juan explained that among the many prominent persons who gather this time are the three most revered. Others are not worthy of attention. When asked Qianfan who they were, the young man replied that it was Jianxia from the Tomb of Swords, the Virgin from Yaoqi, and Helian Kunfu from the Dragon Palace, which was just mentioned by Ms. Chan Yu. The young gentleman asked to tell in more detail what is remarkable this three. However, Juan confessed that he knew about them only from rumors. It is rumored that the Virgin is the most talented man from Yaoqi in the last 1,000 years. Liang boasts his son. These Holy Lands always secretly compete in who has a longer title. The young descendant of the Lu family made such an answer, and he asked to tell about the strange name that was from the Dragon Palace. Comrade said it was a rather interesting character. At first, he was a village boy, but after a happy meeting, he joined the Dragon Palace and made rapid progress in only 1 year, going to the stage of the Illumination Mirror. The owner of the Dragon Palace gave him the name Helian, but the man himself chose the name Head of the Village, stating that he wanted to remember his roots. Qianfan mockingly summed up that it is difficult to forget with such a name where he came from. As for Jianxia from the Sword's Tomb, Juan was difficult to tell a lot. Every 30 years, the clan sends a student to test their fencing skills against the whole world. This character is a modern generation tester. Our hero could not understand whether his friend praises them or laughs. The boy added that this three should be observed, but not too close. Qianfan said that all this is quite lively, but there is nothing to do with him because he only here is a satellite of the Empress and only invents numbers. However, Juan denied his thoughts and reminded that the descendant of the noble family Lu was number 1 in the Illumination Mirror and therefore directly concerns him. The boy noted that the Celestial Company updated information about Qianfan, commenting that he had hidden his true force for many years. Now, from their point of view, the young man is the best at this stage. The young gentleman was even included in the Qinghua list, although the guy takes about 100th place because of his low level. The protagonist of the Oteta from Herd. Comrade began to shout his name in support and reminded that he was watching him from now on. The depressed Qianfan was in despair. A crowd gathered at the entrance to the Grave Ridge. The elder was terrified to Wuji with the fact that he crossed the border. The crowd was very surprised. Some first saw the head of the Lu's long-lived family. One of the men pointed to the one who stands with the blade, calling it the defender of this generation of the Sword Clan. He then added that this genus calls himself the leader of the Dio sword, and he became wondering what level this cultivator has. Observers were amazed by the fact that the owner of the Dragon Palace came personally. People suspected that he was here to support the head of the Helian village, who had just defended the clan. The crowd discussed the elder from Yaoqi, who lived even longer than the current leader of the Holy Land. The distribution of places on the tomb spine is a long-established rule. The elderly man swore on a Wuji for not respecting the law and asking for an extra place for today. Ignoring the angry tirade, our hero's father replied that the outdated rules were not satisfied, and he intends to change them. The elder was angry that Wuji has the right to change them at will. It was not necessary to hope that thanks to his recent breakthrough, no one could subordinate the cultivator. The latter decided to stop to Raven and suggested beating if he wanted it. Then he added that he would not compete with every family separately, but with all those who disagree with him. Another elder intervened in the conversation and reminded that the places were already fixed, and if one family receives more stains, then the other should receive less for the future descendants. Since there was no other choice except to test Lu Wuji's shiny movements, Yaoqi's elder agreed and suggested going to the field of battle of the outer sky. The cultivators climbed there one by one, deciding today to end the arrogance of the Lu's long-lived family. Among the crowd, observers have shown exclamations of fighting. Someone noted that the power of the real immortal in battle is extraordinary, and only the field of the battle of the outer sky can resist it. Watching the battle, the owner of the Dragon Palace said that it would take at least 10 breaths, and the defender offered him 500 spiritual stones. The master did not know that he could do with such a small amount that his interlocutor replied that he had no more. Then the owner of the Dragon Palace began to observe the spectacular battle of rivals in the sky. A man from the crowd with anxiety in his voice asked if this was the power of true immortal. His neighbor remembered that the star heaven declared the true immortality of the head of the Lu family. They approached Qianfan and tried to convince the masters that the company knew nothing about the cultivation fund or about the number 1 at the stage of the illumination mirror. The young man added that this is even more absurd and unfounded and that it is impossible to believe. But here, people from the crowd recognized the brilliant eldest son of the Lu family and tried to see him. Some have heard that the young man has hidden his true abilities for years and now made a lot of noise. Others were striking the stage of the illumination mirror and the presence of the Empress Lin Wulan from the Qingtian dynasty. Some have voiced that the young master revealed his cultivation only for the sake of entertainment of this beauty. These conversations were increasingly outraged by our hero. The guy asked his assistant whether she found out who brought him to the Qinghua list because he personally wanted to thank it. However, in a quiet reminding that the boy needed to go to the patriarch. At this time, from the sky with a roar fell to the ground, the opponents of our hero's father were defeated. Slowly descending down, Wuji asked with a formidable look if the case was decided. The attendees humbly lowered their heads as a sign of consent. Going to his father with figures in his hands, Qianfan asked if the quota was relevant to the statute on the capacity. He explained that the funeral spine was full of dangers. Naturally, every family only wants juniors to train, not die, so they went to this compromise using a statuette reservoir as an avatar for entry and study. One figure had to take to himself, and the other to give out personally to the Empress. The young man guessed why his father wished to seize another quota right now. Our hero suspected that the Qingchen dynasty may not correspond to the quota of the Statute of Capacity, so he asked how it could be. Wuji ordered not to ask anything. Instead, he advised to find more opportunities to communicate with the girls and reproached his son that he behaved remotely and silent all day, which is not acceptable. The offended Qianfan thought that he never behaved indifferently. After that, his father went, reporting that the tomb spine will open soon, so the rest will leave the young. Subsequently, our hero acknowledged that the statuette reservoir is truly charming and no different from his real body. Lin Wulan said that the alleged materials that are needed to create such a figure are extremely rare and come from the tomb. The young man was surprised because he never heard about it. When the passage opened, Qianfan used the artifact of the movement and the young couple went. The father and the helper in the person looked after them. Arriving and looking around, our hero did not notice anything special. However, in a moment, the unknown approached them, formally directing their sword against them. The young man noticed that he was an ordinary Jiangxi soldier, so he addressed the Empress. He was angry with her permission to free her way. However, in a moment, he stopped stunned by the fact that the opponent was not alone. They were rapidly approaching the enemy crowd. Qianfan heard that soldiers were ordered to attack. Our hero was very frightened and wanted to explain something of the Empress about changing her decision, but the girl quickly grabbed him by the hand and they rushed through the crowd, standing on a big sword. Lin Wulan reported that these soldiers Yin behave strangely, and at all they should not be here. While the Empress was thinking about what it might be, Qianfan grabbed a sheet with amulet and attacked one of the attackers. After that, the young man ordered the girl to focus on managing the sword until he disassembled with the soldiers. Wulan agreed, and they were rapidly approaching the crowd of enemies. The young gentleman used a powerful spell whose wave knocked the opponents off his feet. Pushing the attackers in a way, young people freed themselves to escape. However, one of the ghost soldiers threw him back to the fugitives of his spear. The guy with the girl barely had time to evade an unexpected attack. This case was very angry with Qianfan. He was annoyed that he could not get rid of enemies and kill them all as if they were a patch on dog skin. Lin said the wild miasms form Yin soldiers. So, if they do not destroy their derivative mascot or all at a time, it will be difficult to find another way to stop the attackers. The young man reported that he has a method that can help them escape, but it cannot be used here. Spatial laws are too unstable, and the slightest mistake will lead to unpleasant results. Our hero asked how much to go next to leave this passage. The Empress replied that at current speed, it is equal to half of the time of burning aromatic stick. Then the guy had fun that they would have to make an effort for the next half. After that, the young couple continued to repel the opponent's attacks without stopping. A man sat in the coffin. It was Uncle Lin Wallen. Holding an aromatic wand that was almost breaded, he announced that their time was over. At the last moment, the guy with the girl flew out of the passage. Our hero informed that they finally managed to get out. After they went down to the ground, the descendant of the noble family Lu proposed to apply the artifact immediately. The guy remembered how Pooh warned that the product was not complete and should not be used without extreme need. The young man was indignant that the artifact had to be applied immediately after Logan. However, Yin soldiers were already catching up, and annoyed Qianfan realized that enemies did not allow him to breathe for a moment. He ordered the Empress to win his time, and the girl began to form a protective barrier. Applying an artifact, our protagonist hoped that he would be lucky this time. The warriors stopped. The embarrassed Qianfan asked if the Yin soldiers were not just impatient so that it could change their opinion. Suddenly, the guy and the girl noticed a giant hand descending right to them and trying to grab. Lin Wallen instantly guessed that you need to strengthen the protective sphere around you and your companion. The giant fingers sank into the bowl. The girl fell on her knees, spitting blood from her mouth. The giant hand tightened into his fist. Only after he failed to grab his victims did the man arrived in the coffin and ordered to find a girl. The subordinate covered it with a lid. After receiving the order, Yin soldiers went in search. After the teleportation, the young couple fell in the middle of the lawn because she barely kept on her feet. Qianfan proclaimed that this grave spine and he is incompatible things. So the next time something happens, the young man decided to just lie down and let himself kill. Wiping blood from the face, the Empress replied that nothing should happen. But at this moment, a big wild bear was fiercely gratifying behind their backs. The unexpected sound was frightened not only by the heroes, but also by the birds in the forest, which were scared by the cuttings. One of the test participants was rudely caught. He believed that he had miscalculated because he did not expect that the tomb spine would be so dangerous. The wounded cultivator sitting near the tree noted that such a vulgar language should not be used, as there is a young lady among the present. The interlocutor replied to this remark to keep his breath and the last words before death. Using the fact that the demon has turned her attention, the girl decided to attack, but she did not have time to complete the plan. The more agile enemy himself attacked his victim, grabbing her head. The wounded man near the tree shouted. He tried to help his sister escape and applied his strength. However, it was too late. The demon had already taken off the girl's head and bounced to eat it. The angry older brother rushed to the double, headed evil, but this attack was not successful. After a powerful wave of energy, the man noticed a detached limb. He realized that the enemy used a trick with a lizard tail, and in the next moment, the demon grabbed his head and without much effort torn it. The wounded, still sitting near the tree, watched this stage with horror. The wounded master turned to the dead, remembering how he ordered him to appreciate his last words. Instead, everything that his brother left was a curse. After that, the cultivator decided not to observe etiquette and swore. The demon, who drank blood from his head at the end, threw it away. While the opponent tuned to another attack, the wounded man began to make fun of the duplicate that he was bald both on the front and behind, and still low and stinky. It was at this moment that the Empress appeared behind the demon and swung. The double, head tried to resist, but the girl with a lightning speed was cutting it with her weapon. After Lu Qianfan and Lin Wallen, they buried the scientist who was dirty and his brother with his sister. The Empress noted that it had already become almost dark, and at night it was extremely dangerous at night. So they had to find a place to install a barrier. Having saddled the wounded bear, she ordered him to move. The animal grammatically roared and quickly ran, carrying on the back of the riders. Suddenly, the young gentleman was inside the system. Qianfan mockingly suggested that the spirit would close from him and asked that she was so concerned today. The systemic lady asked if her carrier had not noticed anything yet. The guy asked in surprise that he had to notice. The girl explained that there is another person inside his future wife. The guy clarified whether it was about possession. The systemic spirit denied and explained that it was more than possession. A huge cobra appeared in front of the bear and his riders. But sitting on the animal, Lin had sleepy eyes. She was later in a hurry. Considering the cave, The Empress suggested that she would be the perfect place to stop. But the mistress had a different opinion. The gigantic cobra tried to stop the uninvited guests, but Wallen quickly removed her sword and cut the animal. Looking back to Qian Fan, the girl reported that there would be a snake meat for dinner today. The stunned guy just agreed. Later, when the Empress roasted the meat on fire, the young gentleman watched her carefully. Our protagonist was thinking that there was another person inside the girl. Suddenly, the Empress stretched the cooked piece of the boy and offered him to taste. The young man agreed and started eating, and Lin looked at his reaction with fear and asked if he was delicious. The guy replied that everything was fine. Then the girl calmed down, noting that for the first time she was cooking grilled snake meat. She cut off a piece to throw his bear. The animal began to eat, but in a moment spit the abomination. The Empress was very surprised, so she decided to check herself all so badly. Our protagonist tried to reassure her despair, accusing the whole snake. Twilight came into the forest. Rats began to hide quickly on the burrows. Participants tried to find a place to install a barrier as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it was too late. The black stream of enemy energy enveloped men one by one and absorbed them. Sitting in her hiding place, the Empress said it became dark. Then she looked at the young lady with a strict look, who watched her closely. Shortly before that, the system informed the ruler that the sky and the earth have pure spiritual energy that can get everything that exists. People are holding the most that makes them the most spiritual. Watching his future wife, our hero asked to speak clearer. The girl explained that an additional person is not a demonic cultivator who has a body, but a clot of embryonic light, a pure spirit, or what can be called the primary soul. The young man repeated this term interested. Then the system asked if the carrier knew who was a common man. Qian Fan nodded. Then the spirit continued solemnly. If the birth of life is considered a debut, then the primary soul is one that has not made its debut. The young gentleman explained to himself that the period of internships of the soul is equivalent to 9 months of pregnancy, but the girl did not agree with him. But the guy confidently suggested that the period of study Netzi is 3.5 years. So it is not surprising that the soul started from the position of C in the Lai family and became the main star of the FSB. The systemic lady reported to his carrier that the primary soul would bring him a lot of benefits. This information was surprised by Qian Fan. The girl explained that her owner needs to concentrate herbal gods to support her illusory world, and Wallen would help him because it is the most suitable material for this. The young gentleman was surprised that this opportunity appeared on his doorstep. He was happy because his real god in the illusory world has been too loaded lately. Suddenly, the system reported that the primary soul had disappeared. This news stunned the guy. It was at this point that Lin Wallen looked around. She asked our hero, all right? The descendant of the noble family Lu replied that nothing had happened, and he was only scared of confusion from the outside. The Empress explained that the night miasma happens when it just rises, but later, when everything subsides, it will become quiet. Qian Fan understood what was being said. Lin recalled that on this day the young gentleman survived a few battles, but it didn't look like he became weaker. The girl believed that the descendant of the noble family Lu was really worthy of the #1 title in the illuminating mirror for all times. The young man laughed at this and asked if he could just say that he had a spare battery that had not yet discharged. The Empress said she was going to rest and asked Qian Fan not to be ashamed. After this dialogue, our hero and the system spirit looked at the eye uncertain. The girl showed a carrier with a message stating that the primary soul was a key element of condensation of the herbal gods, so you need to find a way to explore its source. Panizing, Qian Fan turned to a systemic lady with the fact that she had changed and asked if the relationship between them now only concerned tasks. The spirit confirmed. The young man was indignant and reminded that the girl forgot her promise because she agreed to help him concentrate the herbal gods. The systemic spirit replied that of course she did not forget about anything and clarified that she promised to help with concentration, but did not say anything about the collection of primary souls. The guy accused the systemic lady that she was hiding in his own words, but replied that she had learned from her ruler. After that, the girl disappeared, ordered to give her all the materials. Qian Fan thought it was worthy of being a former employment system. The young gentleman was convinced that the spirit was secretly updated during the condensation of the uterine region. After that, the guy remembered the task, because the illusory world needs constant care after his creation. The real God there is a firefighter that works around the clock and continuously. Our hero thought deeply about what it means to explore the truth about the primary soul. The systemic lady watched his carrier through the monitor screen, considering her stupid owner too young. She thoughtfully thought that he would not be able to control her. Mentally referring to Qianfan, the girl emphasized that the improvement is similar to climbing the mountain. Thus, its owner is trapped in her own achievements. She was abused that even when the owner is a lazy man, the system can still make him dependent on her tasks. But at that moment, the young gentleman touched his finger to the shoulder of the Empress, who was in a half-post. Fast, Lin Wallen looked around and asked what our hero needed. The guy replied that he had returned in a trifle. The systemic lady was embarrassed by such an unexpected behavior of the ruler. Qianfan asked if the Empress knew something about the primary souls. This question is completely stunning the systemic spirit. With a lot of surprise, the girl wondered who taught him to solve the problem so. Wallen asked in surprise, and then confessed that she had never heard anything like that. Thinking, the young gentleman reported that there was another name, something like fetal, something that was difficult for him to pronounce. Then the Empress asked if she was talking about embryonic light essence. Qianfan nodded and asked if the Empress knew what it was. Lin Wallen recalled that she read some information in ancient writing. They said that this thing is the initial form of living beings, as if gas or soul were formless and intangible. Qianfan rejoiced that his bride was so aware, and he told her what happened now. The girl asked with great surprise whether the guy implies that the embryonic light essence, which was attached to her, had just dissolved in the air. The young gentleman confessed that he was also puzzled. From the unexpected news, Lin Wallen did not believe that fetal light essence was actually present in the grave ridge because it was unheard of. Qianfan wondered, in all years, no one has ever seen this essence. Then, Wallen explained that the original soul could not be seen when she is alive. It is also difficult to find when she is dead. As a result, the world considered it a legend. Reflecting that the essence was never seen before, Lu decided to ask his father later, or met her. Lin asked if he was sure that it was fetal light essence. In a moment, Qianfan watched the systemic lady's reaction to these words. She reflected the full range of negative emotions from rage to disappointment. The descendant of the noble family humbly answered that he was sure of what he saw. In view of this, the Empress suggested that the fetal light essence appeared after she killed the risen demon. The girl decided to check this, killing several monsters at dawn. The young man agreed with this and then turned to the system with the fact that it was not necessary to simply perform the task blindly, but to start more dialogues. She is now witnessing that the boy is helping. Then, the guy asked the Empress to question whether it would hurt her in the original plans, and added that he still did not know that his future wife was looking for in the grave ridge this time. Silence fell for a moment. The girl hesitated whether she was silent about her secret, but she soon firmly announced that she entered the funeral ridge to find the city. The guy said that knowing the location would not be difficult to find him, to which the Empress quietly said that this city was somewhat special and someone hid it. When the darkness receded and dawn came, young people took up the business. Lin Wallen struck and struck with her sword the risen monster. After that, she asked the young man about the opening. The guy asked to wait a minute to have the opportunity to view everything. In the meantime, he asked a systemic lady if she noticed something. After the information provided by the information, Qianfan declared the Empress that the primary soul entered the body. Feeling the influx of new strong energy, Wallen confirmed that it is. The young man asked the Empress about any discovery. Lin said that the monks who visited the tomb spine know that the murder of the risen monster benefits cultivation. She also added that the breathing and condensation rate will increase significantly, which will last until the night, and the next day will need to be hunting again on the risen monsters. The Empress seemed that all this thanks to fetal light essence. She suggested that after the murder of the risen monster bale, the free embryonic light essence would temporarily enter the body of the monk. When the night masm increases, all fetal essence flies back, putting on the revived soil from the risen husk to be reborn. According to Lin Wallen, this was the truth about the resurrection of creatures in the grave spine. Qianfan addressed the systemic lady, reporting that he was surrendering. But the girl asked indignantly, "She does not see the carrier that it does not matter whether he or not here." The guy confidently stated that this did not matter if the task was accomplished and asked not to forget about the promise and quickly help him collect the herbal gods. The systemic spirit has said dissatisfied that the owner is self, assured of how to take advantage of the situation. However, he must collect primordial souls himself as they can only be attached to the killer. Our hero asked irritated what he was referring to, and he will need to grind monsters. Having shrugged, a systemic lady with a light smile reported that she really has no choice, because in the end, she's just a ruthless machine that gives the task. Suddenly, a new mission has come to the screen: to collect the main material for the manufacture of herbal gods. The spirit suggested doing everything possible for this. In order for the guy not to worry, she decided to increase the awards for the execution of the quest. Instead, Qianfan stated that no one needed her remuneration. Then, the girl offered a system of exchange of points full of sincerity. But the young gentleman looked at her distrustfully and asked if she was sure. The systemic spirit was somewhat lost from the unexpected behavior of the owner, but agreed. A bunch of demonic creatures was winged at the bottom of the cave. They were observed through the magical hole by the Holy Virgin from Yaochi. It was a deadly trap near which the scammers gathered. One of the students asked the owner why they still do not descend the resurrected monsters chains because the crowd is getting bigger, to which he replied that no one has a superfluous life. Then the guy asked if they would just look. The teacher pointed out that among them there are Holy Virgin from Yaochi, and therefore a plan would soon appear. The man from the crowd told his neighbors and said that many of them were not profitable to stand here. The crowd appealed to the saint to ask their witness when they go to hunt the risen monsters from the husk. Each of them will receive as much soil and talent as he can. People were worried that no one could be intercepted from above, so they could not trust anyone. They assured that they would be calm if the Virgo testifies to them. The assistant was indignant at the man that he had a good plan, because in this case, the holiday will not be able to hunt for the risen monsters. The scammer cultivator Sungli noted that the Holy Land of Yaochi is strong and rich, so she probably does not need weak international proposals. He believed it was shameless. Angry with these words, the assistant almost rushed at him, but she was stopped by the holidays. Bai the Znayan said that Taos is right, and she does not want to see everyone killing each other for the sake of the risen soil from the husk. So she agreed to be a witness for everyone. She ordered the monsters to hunt everyone according to her abilities and hoped that people would not think about intercepting. The crowd happily shouted that the holidays were righteous and, as expected, kind. Happy people thanked her. One of the masters said that although Virgo and good, they cannot be shameless, and offered her 3/10 of the risen soil from the husk, which he would receive as a gratitude for their testimony for them. The crowd agreed that the holidays could not help for free, so men in front began to offer their fate of future achievements. However, the Virgin began to deny, because she was only a witness, so she could not accept their military trophies. Some were indignant and said it could be a scoundrel, but not a shameless person. After throwing on their proposal, the good fairy was forced to agree. However, she set a condition that she would take no more than a 10th part, otherwise she would not dare to be this witness. Joyful and excited men rushed through the trap to the cave. Meanwhile, our protagonist took another amulet and struck the monster. Qianfan took away the released energy to himself. After that, he thought that buff after the murder of the monsters was quite complex, not just talent. Even the yuan qi absorption rate has increased slightly, although it is not as good as the system absorption. The Empress explained that the monster bone with one tael offers one talent. The young man suggested that having killed 16 such monsters in a day would be able to synthesize a whole talent. Lin Wallen looked at him with surprise. She asked how it could be considered a pile of what is only 1/10 of talent in one tile. Realizing that the fool was squeezed, the guy said that he tried to joke. The Empress realized that the jokes of the descendant of the noble family Lu were really unique, but she could not find anything funny in them. Suddenly, their bear roared loudly. Qianfan asked what happened, to which the girl suggested that probably the animal had heard something ahead. At this time, the battle of cultivators with monsters took place at some distance from young people. One of the students has already ended fiery arrows, but the opponent has not yet been defeated. Suddenly, an explosion of energy took place, and the teacher, along with the subordinate, rejected a powerful wave. The gigantic monsters of the chains seemed to be cut in half by the light beam. Some of the cultivators shouted in despair, noticing that his charming artifact disappeared. The holy Virgo from Yaochi rhetorically asked whether it is a shadow that shadows the light. The indignant crowd resonated that someone resorted to interception. A stranger's silhouette appeared above the entrance to the deadly trap. People recognized the man. It was Yi Jianxia, a winky tester from the Sword Clan. One of the masters said that he had heard he was arrogant, so, having shot him today, he believed that the reputation was quite well deserved. Someone asked for fear whether Ya wanted to steal their rural soil. The Holy Virgo reported Jianxia that a long time had passed since the last Great Assembly Dao Miao. Instead, he asked Bai the Noin whether she still likes to join with the weak. Virgo replied that all creatures are weak and suffering, and they are just travelers who seek a great way. However, whether they go faster or slower, why distinguish strong and weak, high and low? Jianxia considered her words a fool, so he was not interested in listening. He told Bai not to worry because he returned to the risen soil not for this, but for the sake of sword cultivators. Then Yi asked to help him disseminate information. He found the object of heritage and wanted to call all the cultivators in the Grave Ridge on behalf of the Sword Clan to join it. The crowd was surprised. They said that Great Force came here to leave its inheritance before his death, and this place is full of innumerable treasures. Jianxia announced that tomorrow at the same time it will set the flag 140 miles to the southeast. So if cultivators do not appear from the crowd, they should never be taken to the sword again. After this statement, Wai moved, and the Holy Virgin looked thoughtfully after him. Flying over the forest, Jianxia noticed something strange and surprised. Two riders on the bear rushed through the thicket. Not suspecting, the young couple continued their movement. Suddenly, a stranger descended on the Empress and our main character. Jianfan was very surprised, and the girl was wary of the man who he was. Instead, Jianxia left her unanswered, and seeing the sword on the girl, asked if they were also cultivators. Wagon, Lin Wallen asked a stranger from where this pretentious injection came from. Qianfan recognized the guy from the Sword Clan. Judging by how he behaved earlier, he was not a reasonable type. Now the young gentleman was convinced that he had a whole arsenal of pretentious techniques in his sleeve. The groom whispered the Empress, who did not want to do things with him, and suggested to say something to get rid of him. Lin Wallen began to swear, but Qianfan stopped it sharply and said that it was impossible to behave so ill. Advised. The young man ordered the girl to exhale and not to mock him. Then he added that he just wants to quietly walk the dungeons and collect materials. The descendant of a noble family asked for permission to talk to her husband. Lin Wallen agreed. The Jianxia did not bring their whisper, so he reflected with voltage what these two talk about. Yi recognized our main character. Lu Chunfan was disrespectfully asked if his sword wizard knew. The systemic spirit was bored. She already guessed how she would react to a carrier to meet with this classic trope. The girl suggested because the secretary of the owner was a slap on the face. Then, according to the plan, Jianxia would fall on his knees, singing commendable odes, and Qianfan will be abused. As evidence of the truth of her assumptions, the systemic lady heard a young gentleman with a smile that his awareness was facilitating his case. But despite the expected continuation, our main character ordered not to close the review and get away. The systemic spirit was squeezed from such a surprise. With a serious look, Lin Wallen looked towards the men and thought that Qianfan should persuade the opponent. The surprised Jianxia reacted instantly to the image and applied the shadow of the sword against our main character. A powerful wave of energy approached the young man but did not kill him. A magical ball swept a Qianfan and an Emperorian, protecting against a brutal attack. A moment after the attack, the descendant of a noble family Lu calmly reported that it seems. The young man thought that there may be a better way out. But at the moment when the guy from the Sword Clan stopped the young couple, the trouble had already found the way to their threshold. So, weighing everything and calculating the results, the young gentleman came to the conclusion that it would be better to just seem instead of drying his head over a reliable plan. So, Lu Qianfan decided to eliminate the violent rest and prepared for the attack. Our protagonist thought that he better struck one powerful blow than 100 weakness, so he fulfilled his plan. In a short time, bright energy outbreaks appeared over the trees. The cultivators watched the rock as shadows of the sword appeared in the thicket of the forest. Some from the crowd suggested that Yi Jianxia was fighting with someone, and his rival Wonderkind was holding on. Bai the Nine was thinking about who could be, a vulgar guy from the SE Dragon Palace, or the one who is always restrained from the LU's long-lived family. And at this time, the fierce battle between the opponents lasted, and none of them was about to concede. Jiangxia said, if even the boy has a deep foundation, like other cultivators with an illuminating mirror, it can still be exhausted with such powerful methods. In the last words, Lu Qianfan laughed boldly and apologized, and then made a massive attack on the opponent. Yi was not a joke, surprised by a considerable amount of energy that collapsed on him that he could hardly resist. The Holy Virgin was stunned by a spectacle of such a powerful force that, even at a long distance, almost knocked down. The descendant of the noble family Lu appealed to the opponent for permission to give him a lesson. The next moment, he applied a lightning strike, explaining that his creation should be due to Jianxia's claim. The Empress, as well as the bear, which still stood next to her, was surprised to watch the fairy tale final of the battle. The body of the exhausted and defeated Jianxia lay on the sword. The guy flew from the epicenter of events as far as possible. Jianfan wanted to catch up with the fugitive, but suddenly felt something behind. He looked around and saw a huge eye that appeared in the middle of the sky. Shocked, the systemic lady asked what happened. Her carrier spells from fear, not realizing that the devil is going on here. The young gentleman noticed a small essence flew out of his body. He didn't understand what was happening. The giant eye closed, and Lu Qianfan flew down where the Empress was waiting for him. The girl asked him what happened. The guy said that everything was fine and asked whose eye was because he was already in the body. Without understanding anything, Lin Wallen asked what eye he was talking about. Qianfan's turn is to be surprised by such an unexpected question. He decided to find out what the girl saw just in the sky. The Empress reported that she watched the young gentleman suddenly stopped in the air and then descended. The systemic spirit also asked its carrier with the question of what just happened and why its screen suddenly became black. Instead of answering, our main character wondered if the system also noticed nothing. The girl only responded in surprise. What exactly should she see? Looking up, the descendant of the noble family Lu wondered whether this phenomenon could also be an illusion. The Empress and herself stuck her head up and began to look closely at the heights. She noticed how the clouds began to thicken and said why the darkness came so early. After that, Lin Wallen quickly sat on a bear and told the young man that this place is dangerous, so it was worth getting out of here. Lu Qianfan said they still have a little time, so you need to warn people on a rock. After the battle, the cultivators were collecting the risen soil from the husk and rejoiced in the fact that so much, and they finally got rich. Someone wondered if any spiritual plants would fall. Suddenly, Bai the Naim heard someone rapidly approaching the entrance of a deadly trap. She quickly rose up to look at everything. Before her were two riders on the bears. The Empress guessed that it was a holy virgin. Saim also recognized and congratulated the young couple, descending on the ground. After that, Lin Wallen told her that there were signs of miasma nearby, and she worries that the evening would come early. The holy Virgo was astonished in surprise, but the Empress stressed that the square was not far off and she could notice her. Bai the Nine decided to warn everyone about evacuation. Lin Wallen agreed to entrust her. The newlyweds themselves will go first to avoid disputes about routes. After that, everyone said goodbye. Looking at how the bear is healing deep into the forest, the Holy Virgin decided to make sure that the truth of the information heard. She ordered her doll to fly and see everything. Seeing everything with her own eyes, she realized with horror that the darkness was really early. Bai the Nonnen returned to the cave to cultivators, who were somewhat surprised by its return. Two men approached the girl, and with respect for her testimony as a gift of 20% of their prey. The Holy Virgo took a gift and said she didn't deserve him. The master said she was too good. A happy crowd in front began to raise his tribute and asked to accept it. Having collected everything, the smiling Bai the Noinen reported that she decided to go, since all the cases were already resolved here. The crowd of joyful exclamations was escorted to the Holy Virgin, who was climbing the exit from the cave. Then everyone suspiciously looked at each other and flew around, leaving a fight. The teacher and the student landed among the thickets of the forest, considering this place safe. The subordinate reported that the resources they made were enough for the master to break. To which the elder replied that he was in no hurry, but the student has more talent than the owner. The young man agreed and said when he rises to a higher level, he would definitely protect the mentor. The latter called the guy brazen because a few sentences so praised him. The student stood smartly in front of the teacher. Suddenly, the latter noticed with horror the black evaporas that appeared behind the young man's back. The master shouted frightened that it was necessary to run out of here quickly, but the guy did not understand what had happened. The student looked around and saw miasma with his own eyes. Fear swept and rolled the movements of both men who had a dark essence on both sides. Meanwhile, Bai the Sain recreated a small house and blessedly said that the Pavilion of the Clear Wind really deserved to be an immortal artifact of the highest level from which it was fascinated by the spirit. Suddenly, she heard that someone was approaching her and looked around. 3 men leaned before the hostess to their knees before reporting. However, the virgin saint stopped the older among the 3 and ordered to stand up because the night would soon come. The man asked excitedly, "Is the night?" To which the girl replied that she had just received the news about it. The man suggested that the fraudsters had just died. Bai the 9 nodded and then looked around and said with an insidious smile that she was sorry. The black fog swept everything around, but he could not break through the protective barrier. Recalling snake meat, Wallen said that it was probably in the products then, but now it would be prepared more carefully, so there will be no problems. But taking the fish, Lin didn't understand what to do with it. Qianfan meditated and communicated with the system. She reported that in addition to the Queen said, the burial spine will suppress the strength of outsiders, and high-level cultivators undergo a negative reaction. The girl suggested that she saw the only eye because the guy used too much of this demonic essence at the same time, which attracted the attention of the laws of the tomb. The young gentleman was surprised to clarify that the general thought was that the administrators had found his deception, and if he had not fled quickly now, he would have barred. The systemic spirit replied that although it is a very strange analogy, it is not wrong. Qianfan noted that there is nothing strange than this grave spine. Then he commanded to take the case. The girl did not understand what it was about. Then the descendant of the noble family Lu explained that he was going to break into the kingdom of the Lower Isle. The young man seriously asked what he needed to do for it. The systemic spirit was so shocked by the trick of its master that she could not pronounce a word. Suddenly, the girl pushed Qianfan and that head rolled. Stunned by such a pranks, the guy asked that not so much with the system and why she did it. Instead of response, a systemic lady suggested that the owner found a way to solve in preparing her trap. The young gentleman called her paranoid and asked if there was a way to solve. An angry girl reported that she was not there and ordered to forget about it. The descendant of the noble family Lu arranged such a response, but he recalled that he really plans to break into the next kingdom. The systemic spirit was distrustfully asked if he really wants to break through. Qianfan did not understand her tone, because he undoubtedly wishes it. The girl looked closely at her carrier and then asked whether the only eye made him stupid. The guy confidently replied that it was not. Then the systemic lady wondered the cause of such a fervent desire. Conveniently lying down, the young gentleman explained that he had just realized that his former relaxed way of thinking was false. The surprised system could not understand what it implies. The young man said he always thought he could relax and relax while someone was preparing different plans in case of unforeseen situations. But meeting with Jiangxia showed that his thinking is too limited. Qianfan completely ignored the problem, although it used its origin as much as possible. However, it still faces a lot of unexpected situations, so this is because he is not happy. The systemic lady asked, "Not that." The young man denied because he used a plan of action in case of unforeseen situations to solve problems, forgetting that he could suppress them in the embryo. At the request of the girl, Qianfan explained that, for example, is now the first place in the stage of the illumination mirror, and the tall tree is attracted to the wind, so it is easy to guess that there will be a lot of trouble. Going to the kingdom of the Lower Isle, the young gentleman will be at the last stage of this kingdom, so it will not be so catching the eye. The systemic spirit said that the question of whether he was lucky or not was discussed. In any case, it was good that the owner was ready to open a breakthrough. The key to him lies in the true God, which protects Qianfan, and in the accumulation of true essence. The guy realized that he still needed to compound the herbal gods quickly. The systemic lady said it was the right solution, so she ordered to hurry and hunt more monsters to collect soul's essence. The carrier was dissatisfied with these guidelines. In the end, he agreed and cheerfully announced that he set himself a small goal: to gather the entity and break into the kingdom. The girl was enthusiastically chanting and breaking. Suddenly, our hero said whether he was enough to gather the essence of his soul. The systemic spirit confirmed it in confirmation. With a cunning look, the descendant of a noble family LU replied that he understood and gave a short fun. At this time, the Empress asked whether the young gentleman was graduating from meditation, because the perfect time for dinner. The guy replied that it coincided because he was really hungry. But suddenly, when he saw the number of dishes, the young man pierced unspeakable fear. There was a bunch of full plates on the table. Qianfan was surprised to think if all this food had just gone through heavenly sorrow. The Empress suggested that he try and check if the dish would taste. Looking at her radiant eyes, our hero agreed and put a piece in his mouth. In a moment, he felt as if his mouth became dead and he would lose a sense of taste. The future wife carefully asked if he liked, and Qianfan replied that the dish tasted good. Having rejoiced in this result, Lin Wallen decided to taste herself, but the guy didn't have time to stop her to refuse. For a while, the Empress sat at the fire, sadly bowing her head to her knees. The young gentleman encouraged her so that she would not despair. In his opinion, this time everything could happen through the fire. Then, Qianfan remembered the hidden city that the bride had previously told. He clarified whether it is not possible to determine its location. Lin Wallen confirmed that this city is traditionally hidden, and only when someone enters it will it be able to find it. Our hero reported that he came up with a way that could help the Empress. The girl looked at the boy in surprise and asked if it was true. Standing in the middle of the forest lawn, the young gentleman ordered the systemic lady to start. The indignant girl swore, because again she fell on the trick of her carrier. Qianfan protested because he did everything according to the rules. Then the owner ordered not to waste time and the system activated the public display of holiness. The set included the effect of 5, color gold lotus, the effect of the holy words of the great Tao, the effect of purple key per 1,000 miles, and the effect of a favorable phenomenon. Washed the boy's body several times and shone with bright light. The young gentleman climbed over the forest and was pleasantly surprised by this result. Then he began to wave his hands and shout that he had good news. The son of the Lu Qianfan family sponsored the platform of public trust and the legend of gold and invites those who want to fight it. They discussed all over the area. Some tried to understand whether it was true, others were in doubt because they did not know what was happening in the heads of young masters from noble families. Looking at the posters with the inscription, "Kill monsters for the sake of the treasure," behind the young man's back, Lin Wallen asked if it was normal. Lu explained that his method, real gold for the sincere heart, is trouble. Free. Soon, the young master came up and asked, "Is there such a good thing because no one will give up free things?" He then asked our hero if the cultivators kill the monster, whether they can come to him to exchange for treasures. Qianfan confidently confirmed this. The man said if they really should not take the bone soil back and do not take away the treasures that bone monsters throw. Small smiling, our hero asked, except he looked like someone who desires such vulgar things. The young man stressed that if the master kills the bone monster on that day, you can take part in the exchange. The interlocutor asked in surprise, if only on that day, what to do with the killed yesterday. Qianfan stopped him sharply and said they didn't need them. The master agreed to believe, however, if he reveals tricks, despite the origin of the young man, he will call him. He then asked how to exchange treasures of newly killed monsters. Smiling kindly, our main character assured that he just wants to help the Daosists, so you should not be nervous. The systemic lady told her owner that this master really has 2 elementary souls. Then the guy rose sharply and, pointing to the table with artifacts, invited the visitor to choose what he wanted to exchange. The cultivator has misconception that 2 red demonic pills wanted. Lu Qianfan instantly fulfilled the order. Immediately after that, our hero said, because the man was the first to come to exchange, he would give him another bonus pill. The master looked stunningly at his achievements. The systemic spirit has concluded a contract with the other party to obtain an elementary soul. After the exchange of 3 red demonic tablets, its carrier received 2 points. Sincerely smiling, the descendant of the noble family Lu invited the cultivator to exchange again next time. The man was stunned by his real prey, not believing that she got to him for free. Other cultivators flew to the lawn and, arguing with each other for the championship, also wished to exchange killed monsters. Glowing with pleasure, the young gentleman tried to quench everyone and reported that the artifacts would be enough for everyone. Meanwhile, hiding from the darkness in her treasure pavilion, the Virgin's Holy Virgin asked the scammer that he received. The spy said that he killed 6 bone monsters and exchanged them on a bottle of spiritual essence powder, leaving one on a contribution. The girl wished the clarification. The master said the treasure assessment shows a clear price. The killing of 5 bone monsters can be exchanged for this powder. The 6th was offered to put on his own account for accumulation. Bai the Knight was annoyed with whether he noticed as Qian Fan distinguished whether bone monsters were already killed. The guy replied that he did not see any magical weapon. He also does not know how Lu will do it. But today, someone tried to deceive our main character, but after exposing the fraudster, was banished. The Holy Virgo wondered that she was trying to make this descendant of a noble kind. The master replied that the guy was giving riches and seems to be deeply thinking about anything. The girl was thinking that he was hiding for so many years. Now the young man first enlisted with the Empress, then rose to the list of Qinghua and became the first at the stage of the illumination mirror. She did not believe that a person with such a deep mind could do something in vain. The subordinate agreed with her and remembered something, but was not sure. The master explained that usually when a bone monster is killed in the tomb spine, you can get a talent. However, after today's treasure exchange, he feels that the increase has disappeared. Virgo asked in surprise, so it was. The guy explained that such an advantage is elusive, so he is not fully sure, although he really feels a sudden loss. Zneme guessed that Lu wanted to get this talent. She became wondering whether it was needed for breakthrough or for the practice of some mystical art. She was abused that she finally saw his scheme. In the evening, in his hiding place, the young man noted his mistake. He forgot that the benefit has a passive buff. Gathering for the whole day, she almost squeezed his brains, as it was in the past, with the aura of enlightenment. The systemic lady said with a strict look that she is not worried about the brain of the carrier, but is mainly experiencing her. The surprised guy didn't understand what she means. However, without explaining anything, the girl disappeared. Our hero began to reflect on what to find a way to use this growth of talent. The systemic spirit was crying because finally realized what it means to shoot in my leg. The girl fell into despair because she was in front of a bunch of primordial souls and she had no idea when she could complete their improvement. Those who remained untreated will be recalled. Therefore, with a sense of mission and responsibility for the formation of his master to immortality, the system could not ignore it. Bored from idleness, our protagonist said disdainfully as if he had heard a roar of donkey. The crowd gathered. One of the cultivators exclaimed that in 300 miles to the east, there was a collection of resurrected monsters and invited those who wanted to go together. Others offered points in exchange for some magical artifacts. The Holy Virgo, approaching Qianfan, said that the sudden rise of the glory of the young gentleman in the Qinghua list is not really accidental. Seeing her, the boy stretched the girl's scroll and suggested looking at the list of exchange products. Then he added that 1 risen monster made of husk is equal to 1 balloon. For a moment, Bai the Naim looked at the roll and then laughed. She told the young man that he misunderstood her and explained that she did not come here to exchange treasures. However, the young gentleman ignored her explanation. The Holy Virgo asked desperately he was not interested in why she came to him. Without restraining our protagonist, he replied that he was not interested in it. Standing on her own, the girl said that the young Master Lu was truly straightforward, so she decided to go to the case and asked if she wanted to cooperate with her. Instead of answering Qianfan, he wondered why the holidays wanted to cooperate with him. The girl reported that there was no need to be so official for the young gentleman, calling her a saint all the time, and suggested to call her just Desnanen. The guy said sleepily, if she wanted to find a team, then let him go and look for it without telling him anything. However, the girl replied that the young gentleman paid such a high price for gathering so many champages that she could not just snatch it. Hearing about the price, Lu Qianfan thought that this time the system was really ruined. Our hero said aloud that he was not interested in it, so the Virgin's holiday could act at her own discretion without waiting for the objections to him. Divinoina replied that she is now feeling relief. She then asked why the young man would not tell the scammers about the distribution of resurrected soil. She reminded that after all, the assessment of the rewards installed by their families gave it weight. If it is not interested in Qianfan, then she would prefer to gather as much of this trophy as possible. The guy noted that he never interferes with private distributions and asked why he should make an exception for her. The Holy Virgo, with a slight tone of threat, replied that the young gentleman probably does not want the scammers' cultivators to become aware that he gathers their halo of illumination. Our protagonist calmly said that he is gathering him or not, he is also here to exchange treasures at a clearly specified price. So there is nothing to hide. By this Naim agreed that the young gentleman paid the price, but the value of this halo of illumination can be both small and large. The young man replied that he understood her intention. She was here for the sake of extorting money. The Holy Virgin laughed loudly and announced that she sincerely wanted to cooperate with him. Squeezing the flames in his fist sharply, the guy ordered her to get away. Stunned by such a frank order, the girl asked what he means. Qianfan said irritatedly, "She does not understand human language." The Empress intervened in their dialogue. She asked what happened with a formidable look. Bai the nominant immediately smiled at her and remembered that the young couple was already engaged. The girl reported Lin Wallen that she had a conversation with a young Mr. Lu and asked if she had no objections. However, the Empress strictly answered that she denied. The interlocutor looked dissatisfied with her and decided to leave that place. Outraged Noemi has announced that the newlyweds are created for each other and their ability to leave people silently is perfectly synchronized. She promised Qianfan to return to the discussion later. The surprised Lin Wallen noted that the Holy Virgin seems to her very angry. The descendant of the noble family Lu was disrespectfully asked what. In his opinion, the most important thing is that they are happy. Holding a small fire in his hands, the guy was glad to successfully set the protection. The Empress wondered it. Our hero said that these days he had no moment of rest, so he simply developed a small spell. The guy asked if Lin Wallen remembered the eye he mentioned earlier. On its basis, the young man developed the technique of installing the eyes. The Empress asked if it was the location of the Holy Virgin. Qianfan confirmed this. The young man suspected that the Virgin's holy was not as simple as it seems, so he put an eye on her to test his new spell. Lin Wallen shouted stunned. The young gentleman asked if there was news or any achievements about her search. The bride replied that in this place there are simply special geomagnetic forces, but she didn't find a hidden city. The young man comforted her that Rome was also not built in one day, and according to the description, it is very well hidden, so he cannot be found so easily. However, most cultivators have come together now, so it will be easier to get information and tips. Sooner or later, they will find it. The Empress replied that she understood everything. Lin said that Qianfan has helped her already, and she does not know how to thank him. Our hero asked why Her Majesty speaks so officially with him, because they are little things for him. The girl sadly lowered her head and said nothing. But in a moment, she went around the boy and stood right in front of him. The young man was surprised by such behavior. Suddenly, the Empress turned to Lu Qianfan with a sharp tone. Having become discouraged, our hero asked what happened. The girl asked, because they were already engaged, why the young gentleman continues to turn to her as Your Majesty. The young man replied that he was just a habitual way to turn to her. Then the girl was jealous of why the groom appealed to the Holy Virgin, whom he met only a few times. Qianfan laughed and reminded her that the Empress herself calls him a young lady all the time. Lin Wallen froze from such an unexpected turn of the conversation. Thinking a little, she replied that she would no longer call him so in the future. The young gentleman suggested a calm tone together to change their appeals and name each other by name. The bride then said, Lu Qianfan. The surprised young man almost lost his balance. He said that when he was called in full name, it feels strange as if someone wanted to be sheltered. The guy looked at her. The girl stood silently upset, staring at him. As he was a question, she did not answer anything, but turned sharply and went away. Read up with shame, Qianfan coped with and named it. The Empress looked around, her face shone with a joyful smile. Our hero suddenly remembered the words of the Holy Virgin about the prize and heavenly trial and seems to be some evaluation criteria. He asked if Lin did not know these criteria. The bride explained that after the output of the cultivator will be assigned a rating of Jiaqui, and he will take additional prizes. Lin asked a surprised Guy, did his father not tell him anything about it? At this time, Lu Wuji discussed that his family lacked a small prize in the form of a son's feelings for a girl. Although the Empress has a wooden personality, she is really a good girl. His wife agreed that Lin Wallen is really good, young, but she has a heavy burden. The woman asked if some really were hiding in the grave spine. The young man's father confirmed this. The mother of Qianfan hoped that the bride of her son would find this person. Continuing the game in homework, Wuji replied that he would break the swinging ridge if the man continues to hide to the end. This locality was a long time for him, so the head of the Lu family was about to break the seal of the funeral ridge and see how much the mean rats are hiding there. The sword noted that after so many years of solitude and self-improvement, the instinct of the murderer of that person was still strong. She then added that she won the game to the great surprise of her husband. Wuji looked at the stone in surprise and denied his defeat because his wife had just turned his attention. It was unfortunate for a woman that he did not focus on more important things. The holy Virgo of Yaoqi was passing the forest, and suddenly the Yi Jianxia was landing near her from the sword's tomb. The man asked what she was doing here. Smiling, Bai the Nanny replied that she had come to see if Lu Qianfan did not scare him. In response to the image, the interlocutor attacked the girl with his sword shadows. The holy Virgo screamed as he dared to do so. The girl reacted instantly and blocked the attack. Jianxia noted this. He then increased the attack by swords, wanting to find out how Bai the Naoni would stand it. The girl created powerful protection in the form of purple sphere around her. Jianxia asked if this was a comprehensive circulation of qi of the Holy Land Yaoqi. Bai the Zanyan replied that their Holy Land is not like a sword clan that specializes in the path of murder. In addition, she is not here to quarrel with him today, Yi thought. The girl said she had heard as if she had not managed to open the heritage of the sword cultivator a few days ago, so she came here for helping him. The master asked how she could help him if the Virgin's holiday is not a sword cultivator. Bai the Snyan explained that she knows how to gather a large group of cultivators to help him explore the sword's legacy. However, the guy noted that all the masters have now gathered around Lu Qianfan. Jianxia asked because the girl cooperates only with scoundrels who have remuneration, so she is about to order him to exchange treasures with a young man to accumulate merit. The Holy Virgo denied it and explained that she was going to help him replace the descendant of the noble family Lu. The interlocutor said, "What is easier to say than to do?" Yi recalled that Qianfan gathered many people. He will not be able to force them to follow him without paying much more. Bai hinted that only a weightless straw was needed to destroy balance. Throughout the forest, rumors have spread that the young gentleman is actually sharing treasures in order to gain the advantage of talents that cultivators receive when killing the resurrected monsters of Husk. People decided to check the truth or not and wait for the night to exchange treasures, because with darkness, the increase would disappear. Then everyone will see if Lu Qianfan is still as generous. All day, our main character was bored because none of the cultivators appeared to exchange. Sweetled, the guy decided to sleep. The systemic spirit was glad that she would finally be able to relax. However, Qianfan soon woke up and found himself in an unknown place. He thought that he was moved again. The young man looked around and saw a strange giant creature with two heads. The monster reached out and grabbed a handful of soil right at the boy's feet, who was surprised to watch it. Through the fingers of the right hand, the terrible creature began to fly the souls of the dead. One two-headed demon fell on the left palm. Qianfan recognized him and was very frightened. The giant's hand stretched to grab the guy. Suddenly, he realized that his body could not move. Suddenly, someone called him in the name and grabbed the young lady by his shoulders, lifting up and saving from danger. Already at a distance, our protagonist noticed how a familiar two-headed demon extends to him and pleading for help. Lin Wallen asked if everything was fine. The young gentleman had the feeling that he had a strange dream, but he could not understand what had just happened. The Empress informed the young man that his replacement puppet for some reason turned into a mud. He wondered if the creature creates monsters from soil gunlands. Then it can be that all monsters in this grave spine are made by someone who contains clay. Qian Fan thought with fear that if the Empress had just not pulled him by his shoulders, he would also be changed to a soil monster. The guy told the bride that in a dream, he saw someone contain clay, using it to create soil monsters. The young gentleman asked if the girl did not know who the creature was. Lin Wallen listened to his story and then said it was the Lord of the Tomb. It is here that the cultivator of the immortal kingdom is buried. The descendant of the noble family Lu asked if he was still alive. The bride explained that the immortal kingdom had almost separated, buying life and death to understand the secrets. No one knows whether he is alive or dead. Perhaps Qian Fan was the only person to whom this cultivator dreamed for so many years. The young gentleman thought with sadness that in view of everything, it was difficult to say alive or dead. But the young man worried why the Lord of the Funeral Ridge was aiming at him. The Empress was not confident because she never heard anyone came here in the past and said something like this happened. The systemic spirit has suggested that all this because of pure souls used to create herbal gods, as this is different from how others kill soil monsters. The girl added that the actual way out of the pure soul of the Funeral Ridge is a cycle that was disturbed by the appearance of our hero. Qian Fan specified that it seemed like he had too much wool, so the other side pulled him to that little topic. The dissatisfied systemic lady reluctantly agreed. Her carrier decided to postpone the case for later. In any case, there were few people today, so the young gentleman suggested that you relax earlier. Suddenly, he noticed that the Empress concentrated something. Our main character asked her what happened. The girl said she listened to the conversation of men. One of the three said that he accidentally came across a group of fraudsters and heard that they were waiting for knights to come here to exchange treasure. Not quite understanding, Lu Qianfan was interested in asking why they wait for the night. Lin explained that there was news as if our hero exchanged treasures to decorate his talents. Therefore, the cultivators plan to wait for the dark until the benefits disappear and then come to it. The guy acknowledged that it was. However, he noted that it is cloudy and sunny here, so the fraudsters know that the night would come. His bride explained that, with the exception of some special circumstances, it can mostly notice that the sky really has certain signs before the night. Even Qian Fan sees them. The young gentleman confirmed it and added that they seem as if they were annoyed with unsuccessful blackmail attempts, so they began to do small things behind their backs. Without understanding what is being discussed, Lin Wallen asked him to explain the last words. The guy said that the virgin from Yaoqi came earlier and, threatening him, asked her to help her send the assignment to the fraudsters. But he disagreed. The Empress understood it and asked if the advantage of talents was so important to him, whether she should go to find them and close their mouths. The young man replied that there was no need. Qian Fan said it happened that the last 2 days he was sitting here and bored, waiting for someone to come and exchange his treasure. Therefore, he just gave himself a vacation. Lin was thinking that it really happened, and that she had not cooked anything for 2 days. But recently the girl improved some of her dishes and methods. The young man has stopped her reflection. He assured that he could not allow her to do everything and suggested alternating for the sake of justice. The Empress denied this, explaining that she enjoyed the cooking process. However, our hero thought that for a person who eats everything is a real torture. Walking on vacation, Lu Qianfan announced that he knows the dish that is perfect for cooking together. Lin Wallen joyfully asked what is about it. In the pavilion of the Treasure of the Virgin, Yaoqi continued the conversation with Yi Jianxia from the Tomb of Swords. The man reported that he had already exposed the intrigue of the young man among the reckless cultivators and asked what to do next. Bai the Sinoin answered what to wait and see what would happen. When asked by the interlocutor how much to wait, the girl answered ominously that until the greed of these people is even greater. The darkness began to descend. The wounded cultivator realized that the ground monsters were not risen before him, but someone whom he had not met, but wanted to know about them. But instead of answering the soldier, the ghost was slaughtered by the poor man with his spear. After that, all the Yin soldiers turned, hearing the voice of their ruler, who said he found a girl. Lu Qianfan stood in front of the fire and reported that the heat was just what was needed. With all seriousness, our main character suggested that the Empress begin. After removing the lid from the pan, the young couple sat down when treating. At first, they drank on a glass. After that, they went to the dish. Having stuffed her mouth, Lin Wallen said it was delicious. The young gentleman asked if she liked spicy food. Then, after returning, he would take it to a real hot pot. The girl agreed. The young couple watched two men from the thickets of the forest. They did not understand what was happening here, but felt a pleasant smell of food. One of them said that this world is truly full of bright contrasts, and while they fight for their lives, others enjoy delicious food, an angry cultivator called Lu Terrible. Meanwhile, our protagonist said that he was not lacking in landscapes in the grave spine, but at least it is like camping. Lin asked if the news has spread too fast, and the fraudsters agreed to wait for the night before sharing treasure. Continuing to eat, the young man replied that it would not change anything. Qianfan thought that the state of that cultivator is not like that, but his kingdom is too high, so it was difficult to say what was happening. However, it was a good opportunity to avoid suspicion. The guy said aloud that while the fraudsters were contacting them, it would be convenient for them to continue gathering evidence of the hidden city. And treasure exchange is not urgent. The Empress thought dissatisfied that the bridegroom, as expected, did not want to completely quarrel with them because she wants to continue to collect clues for her. In anticipation of darkness, the cultivators noticed that the night was approaching. One of the men asked the other if Qianfan would agree to exchange treasures with them if he could not get the advantage of talent. The Bide the Thenworm spy replied that there was nothing to be afraid, because the representative of the Sword Clan also stated that they were ready to exchange treasure with them. So, without Lu, they have other options. The men did not believe whether it was true. Then the cultivator confirmed everything and added that the very holy virgin from Yaoqi convinced Yi Jianxia to work with everyone in the Grave Ridge. He recalled that earlier those who came here never met such a happy destiny. The master always heard that Bai the Thongyang was not equal in kindness and righteousness, and it was deserved. On all sides, the thickets heard the conversation that the Virgin's holy scheme stole the Lu Qianfan scheme to steal their talents. It is really good, as expected from the saint with Yaoqi. The young gentleman said why they were talking louder because he hears them. Suddenly, he heard someone approaching. One of the cultivators turned to the boy and asked if he could still exchange treasures. The young man had fun and opened a scroll with a list of goods. The descendant of the noble family Lu has announced to him that the number of monsters killed. The systemic spirit has sighed tiredly because it was time for her to take work again. In the treasure pavilion, the spy told the Holy Virgin that the young man really shows a brave face and continues to exchange with everyone, but lasted for a long time and gathered things because almost the night. The Holy Virgin was glad that even the huge resources of the Lu's long-lived family did not withstand such a waste. The girl asked if the news spread that Yi Jianxia exchanges treasures for all. The master will be confirmed and cheerfully added that they should thank our main character for gathering everyone together. Otherwise, the information would not spread so quickly. Bai the Noimin said that in the next 2 days, they would create more noise for Yi Jianxia and ordered the master to check if he could cope with these people when Lu Qianfan collapses. The cultivator agreed, but asked to explain why she would not take leadership and why give such an advantage Jianxia, because the holidays are much outweighed and could attract people more. The girl explained that it is not easy to be a great philanthropist. If someone is ready to take on the role of a leader, then why should they steal all the attention? Often, large wealth is hidden by the seeds of distress. Sitting by the fire and looking at the entrance to his hiding place, Lu Qianfan stated that this could really lead to trouble at night. The Empress agreed and said that she did not expect the Yin soldiers to follow them. Guest warriors gathered at the entrance to the cave. The leader announced that he found what he was looking for. Qianfan asked if this barrier could hold them. Lin Wallen explained that it was created only to protect against night miasma, and its defensive properties are not exclusive, so it will not last long. Our protagonist noticed that the night did not affect ghost soldiers. The girl replied that the effect is insignificant and their physique is unique. It was at this time that a huge yard demon tried to break through to them. Qianfan reported that they need to look at their time. When the barrier collapses, the soldiers and their finger will not move, and the young couple will already be killed with miasma. So you couldn't sit and wait for death. Suddenly, the guy had an idea that could work. The Empress asked what it was. Meanwhile, the two-haired demon beat the fists in the protective sphere at the entrance to the hiding place. Lu asked a systemic lady if she could do it. She thought, and then said that theoretically possible, and agreed, predicting that in the worst scenario, they would lose a couple of puppets. Our protagonist reminded that this is what these replaceable dolls need. The groom explained the Empress that he would take the test first and she needs to wait for his signal. Lin Wallen agreed. It was at this moment that the yard's demon punched a barrier and miasma broke into the room. Qianfan created a protective field that fenced it with a girl from deadly danger. Lin watched the black fog disappear and asked if it was the maternal kingdom. The young man agreed and explained that he had moved his near gases to his Kingdom 4 and ordered her to keep as close as possible. After getting a few spells, our main character ordered to prepare for the attack. A powerful explosion came in a moment. Moving in a protective bosom, the young couple neutralized their opponents who rushed at them. However, seeing that there are too many enemies, Qianfan reported that they could not allow ghost soldiers to restrain them, so you need to use the equipment of escape now. At that moment, the guy and the girl were noticed over their heads of a huge 2-year-old demon who had previously punched their protective barrier. Herbling landed right in front of a young couple and threw a large stone block. Education, the Empress fell from under the protective bosom. The girl was immediately engulfed by a black fog of miasma. The descendant of the noble family Lu made an attack on the demon, and putting an amulet on his head with a spell, blew up. The Empress was barely breathing from the evaporation of the deadly poison. Qianfan asked if she was able to move. Without waiting for the answer, the guy lifted her in his arms and asked her for such rudeness. The young man explained that they couldn't stay here anymore. Applying another artifact, the guy was teleported with the girl to a safe place. Setting up a protective barrier at the entrance, the young gentleman sighed lightly that everything was finally ready. Qianfan was exhausted and glad to find a decent shelter. The young man thought that the divine technique of movement really goes beyond this world. Seeing the wounded hand of the Empress, our hero was surprised and asked how the girl feels and whether he could help her with something. Lin Wallen reported that its replacement puppet is damaged, so it should be repaired immediately. The guy asked how it could be done. The Empress explained that they could use the risen soil from the husk. The young man agreed. He then saw the lesion on her back and wondered if she needed repair. The girl looked at her body. Lin Wallen mentally raged. She believed that a touch between a man and a woman was impossible under any circumstances. On the other hand, the girl was looking for justification for these actions because it was only a substitute for a clay doll, although he had the appearance of the original. After all, the young man is here to help her restore her body. Considering that she was engaged to him, Lin decided that nothing wrong would happen if the guy was looking at her. However, the girl still scolded. Qianfan stood confused, fearing to take a step or say the word. He guessed he did inadvertently. The Empress humbly sat, staring at the flame. The guy, realizing that he had despaired with his act, he thought how to fix everything. Having considered the situation, Lin Wallen decided to accept help because they were engaged. Lu Qianfan to turn your eyes to reduce the feeling of tension that prevailed between them. The Empress agreed not to resist, but began to think that the guy covered his eyes without hesitation because she was not interested in her. The young gentleman asked the girl to direct his movements to the damaged part of the body because he sees nothing. Lin Wallen agreed. Putting her hand on her back, Qianfan tried to determine blindly how deep cracks. Rubbing the clay into the wounds, the guy was embarrassed and tried to distract the girl's attention by talking, asking what was known about the ghost soldiers who pursue them. The Empress reported that she was her uncle's personal protection. This information caused a great surprise to the young man. Lin then said that many years ago, when his father died, his uncle stole part of the national wealth of the Divine Dynasty before he escaped from the country. Because of this, constant excitement happened. Qianfan asked if state well, being could be stolen. The bride explained that it was related to the method of establishing Qingtian. The Empress asked if he knew why she could restrain her cultivation and go to the funeral ridge, while Lu Wuji and other elders could not do it. The young man didn't know this. The girl explained that all the mystery in the method of establishing Qingtian, which comes from the higher kingdom. Cultivators do not improve themselves. The external kingdom that exists as long as the ruler exists. Lin knew that Qingtian was difficult to grasp it, so she said that her true stage of cultivation was at the initial stage. Uncle used the slot of her dynasty and sent her body here. The guy realized why Qingtian was missing in the grave ridge because his uncle has been here since he came. The young gentleman asked how he survived and whether it was related to that hidden city. The Empress confirmed it and explained that the reason why the real body survived here for all these years lies in the City of Success. For the sake of Qingtian and Father Lin tried to make up for the lost wealth. When asked by a young man whose further actions, the bride replied that the authorities of the divine dynasty were still under her, and if she gets to the hidden city, he will be able to restore control over him. Lu Qianfan assured that it would definitely help her search. Thank you. The girl reported that the wound probably had already healed. Removing the bandage, our protagonist decided to ask again about a group of ghost soldiers, but stopped in half a word and stunned his eyes at the Empress. Their views met. The embarrassed Lin Wallen exclaimed that the guy still can't look at her. The girl began to dress quickly and ordered him to close his eyes and turn. Both were panic. The descendant of the noble family Lu apologized because he was in a hurry, so it deserves death because of it. Meanwhile, the subordinate pavilion of the Clear Wind reported the Saint of Yaoqi that Qianfan did not appear today. Bai the Gnome happily suggested that the guy really gave up and his tolerance is quite small. The master noted that Jiangxia has a rather bad attitude towards cultivators, and in the last 2 days, they were killed in a lot when they tried to get to the secret kingdom. This has caused many complaints. He added that more and more masters are thinking about Lu Qianfan. Holidays from Yaoqi said that there is nothing terrible about it. They can complain, but will never give up from protecting Asylum and Yijianxia. The subordinate recognized the genius of our protagonist, who was able to persuade a group of cultivators to risk their lives for small services, and the speed of resource collection increased. Bai the Gnome noted that it doesn't matter how talented it is possible to use these talents. Cultivators discussed yesterday's battle and what Yijianxia is ruthless, cruel and cold-blooded, and in general, he indifferent to their lives. The boys were thinking about how they lack Qianfan, who understands the benefits of their talents and does not restrict them, unlike the tyrant who perceives them for slaves. Suddenly, there was a cry that the descendant of the noble family Lu returned, so the men jumped to find out more. The young masters did not have faith heard. One of the three asked whether there would be an exchange again. The cultivator angered the suspicion of lies, and he said that he had just exchanged treasures, while the young gentleman reported that he would not take his advantages of talent. No one could believe in such a selfless exchange. However, the boys were endlessly happy about these news and were going to go to check their truth. A bunch of questions about the exchange of treasure fell on our main character. The cultivators were interested in changes in the conditions of variation. Qianfan reported that this time there will be differences. All those present were alarmed, but each of them had interest, and they wanted to hear the conditions as soon as possible. Got a scroll of the descendant of the noble family Lu tried to accelerate the time of waiting. Opening the secret, he unfolded the paper and reported that this time the hunt would only be on elite monsters. The Empress, with a light, confident movement, fastened the dress, holding her hands behind her back. Our hero asked her if these soldiers ghosts of the soul have. The guy thought, fascinated by looking at Lin Wallen. The systemic lady was quite embarrassed by this issue. The bride told that it was her uncle's personal guard who followed him to the funeral ridge. They use secret methods to maintain their free life. Qianfan listened and said that in this case everything was resolved. But the systemic spirit was clearly dissatisfied with this development. She was frightened by such determination. On the spacious green lawn among the trees of the Empress, stopped. The girl said it was a wonderful place to embody the plan. Lin took the sword's hand, and our main character said that it was time to start. At this time, the systemic lady used spray. In a moment, the blade swept the flames. The fire from her sword was rising high up in the form of a crane. Our young man remembered how the Lord of the Spine tightened him, how dreamed in dreams. The Empress then apparently used the power of fate to pull it out. Therefore, they were found ghost soldiers and lured into a trap. The young gentleman sighed. He realized that Lin knew what her danger was chatting. Still, she did everything for his rescue without hesitation. It was really difficult to pay for the good of such a beautiful woman. Meanwhile, the warriors noticed in the sky a fiery sign that rose high above the trees. With the words that they are waiting for luck, they went behind the pointer. Our hero stretched the girl all the divine movements of the label who remained in him. The young man said he had previously been quite wasteful, but asked to accept them. This gesture was very surprised by the Empress. Then he looked closely at Wallen and added that he needed to add even more options. At some point, the young man began to get everything he had. A set of treasure armor, which could block one attack at a critical time, a tablet for replenishing key energy, which she could also need. The bride tried to stop the young man, but he still didn't feel safe, so he suggested just to go with him. But the Empress assured that there was no reason to worry. They have a rare opportunity, and again ghosts will be difficult to deceive. Therefore, you need to take all measures and take it. The systemic lady, meanwhile, was passionate about the heroine. She clung to her carrier so that he could at least a little bit of a girl. But the young man just turned to Wallen and asked in this case to do everything he needed. But she just shrugged and agreed. The annoying voice of the system again said that the phrase said by the guy is not suitable. It was necessary to assure that the girl would definitely succeed. This scenario was indeed accustomed. The Empress looked at the place where the young man just stood, and now there was only an outbreak of energy. She thought they had to hug at this moment while looking at the show. But no matter what is in fantasies, and reality was actually different from literature. But she didn't dream of dreaming for a long time. On Lin Hale, arrows fell, so she had to evade them quickly and be reflected with a sword. And for a moment, not only Red Eyes, but also a detachment of ghost soldiers, who was approaching quickly, were envisaged from the darkness of the trees. Noting that the enemy arrived so soon, the Empress used force and quickly disappeared, leaving only a clot of energy. Our protagonist and system watched the events, standing on a tree branch. Lu said that the effect of the fight was better than expected, so it's time to show your skills. He addressed the scammers who concealed in the bushes and watched the movement of the army and ordered to attack. The task was to kill all the ghosts. Therefore, one of the masters sent to the detachment a powerful firestroke that quickly absorbed enemies. And then he rushed into battle. Another cultivator frozen rivals directly on the battlefield, turning the warriors into ice sculptures. Lu watched the slaughterhouse. The forces of his masters were plentiful. Our hero insisted on a rapid solution to the battle and using a renewable key tablet to destroy more monsters. Smiling, the young man reminded the systemic lady his words that this burial spine is more like a cheap browser game. Then our guy folded his palm together at his chest, closed his eyes and got to work. Concentrated, he formed a clear energy circle behind, which was rapidly increasing. Focused and serious, LU turned to the system spirit and said that their turn is now cleaned. Such a commanding tone was angry with the girl and touched the dignity. After all, it looked as if she was his subordinate. The troops of ghostly warriors lying on the ground between the trees began to envelop the light energy flows, which our main character managed from the tree. Voices were heard in the courtyard of the castle. Someone called Her Highness and asked to run more slowly. And while the servant tried to find the baby, the girl intentionally hid and watched as everyone was fuss. Make sure that no one sees. She quickly ran to the training ground where the sounds came from. Hiding behind the columns, the girl began to watch. In the middle of the room, the warriors gathered in a circle and watched two fighters. They actively cheered and gave advice to their favorites. A few successful combinations and accurate blows, and one of the rivals was already lying on the floor in the middle of the circle. The audience exclaimed greetings. The winner warrior with a scar on his face heard a noise. He rotely returned to find a source of strange sounds. Lin watched the fight, standing behind the column. She caught this angry look, which was horrified. The girl felt the frost running through her skin. She took a few steps back and began to fall, but suddenly someone picked it up. It was her uncle. He put his hand on the girl's shoulder and reassured the young empress. Wallen pointed her hand at the warriors who had already kneeling in front of the owners and noticed that they looked very cruel. Uncle laughed and assured that she should not be afraid of them. The man told that they were the soldiers of his divine dynasty. Their calling is to protect, so these warriors will never harm the girl. A few years later, Lin had to fight such monster warriors. She cleverly evaded strokes, perfectly possessing battle. Having formed a circle of swords around her, she aimed at her opponents. However, the ghost failed to be caught by surprise. They reflected the attack with their huge axes, and in a moment, a cloud of spears flew to the girl, which the warriors struck. Hiding from them behind a tree, the girl thought that should stay away from them so that Qianfan and his people could separate as many soldiers as possible. The systemic lady, meanwhile, analyzed that compared to the pure soul, the load on the purification of the herbal god is more worse than the dry. Our protagonist sat, throwing his hands behind his head, and said that Ergja was on the black list. Therefore, you just need to consider it to avoid lock. The system proposed to take this opportunity to gather more. Given the boundary of cultivation in the funeral ridge, it was like that our young man could not last long. Lu and Wallen sat by the campfire. The young man asked if there was a lot of risk. Ever since the girl entered the burial ridge, her uncle follows her. If Lin does not die, it will not allow the city to be destroyed. The guy grabbed his head, but the Empress reassured him. In fact, the one who died was just a copy of it, a replacement doll. The girl asked to make cooking in advance because the negative reaction from this replacement will not be too serious. The young man was still worried because later Lin wanted to come in person, so he decided to ask if she was sure of it. The Empress seriously said that she gave an oath in front of her father's grave. She promised that she would kill the traitors and turn her good fortune, regardless of what the price would be. On the battlefield before the girl lay the mutilated bodies of ghost soldiers, and new warriors came behind them. One of the monsters began the attack. Holding the blow, Lin moved a few meters ago. She tried hard to restrain the huge axe that the opponent tried to kill her. Fatigue was increasingly signs. Looking intently into her face with a scar opposite, it seemed that she remembered him. Fear still pierced her body. While she was struck, Lu appeared behind her back and sent a powerful energy blow to the monster. The Empress was very surprised to see the groom. She asked why he decided to help her, but the young man just said that there was no time to explain. He threw up the artifact, which was immobilized by energy and absorbed all the enemies nearby. Our hero took the girl by his hand and said that even if she wants to die, he would only do it with him. The next moment he said that time to go. And at the place where they just stood, only a light flash remained. Jiangxia stood in a lawn in front of 3 men, shouted and demanded a response where the rest of the people went. One of the audience dared to say that everyone decided to join the young master. This answer did not like the man at all. He asked how they allowed others to just go. And then he shouted that he could offer much more than our young man. But after the explanation that others just decided to exchange treasures with Qianfan, they could not be stopped. Jiangxia hit the man maliciously. And while 2 other men kept a friend, the warrior quickly moved from this place, cursing our main character. And people talked to each other that the young master did not treat them, dishonest cultivators, as with slaves. So, perhaps it would be better for them to go to Qianfan. Baida's Nonan was angry with Yi, whether everything was clear that the descendant of the noble family Lu did not ask anything in return. The man confirmed this. The Holy Virgin tried to understand that our hero had started for the game. The warrior hesitated whether he had to voice his thoughts, but she allowed to speak. So the guy said that everything she saw showed that this Lu Qianfan is quite strange. All his actions have recently been a lot of chaos. However, Jiangxia was certain that there was no real goal. The man was increasingly convinced that everything made by our main character is nothing more than a game. But Bai the Nonan was not so confident. She only said that some things are not as simple as it might seem at first glance. After Lu Wuji broke through his kingdom, his son Lida suddenly became the genius of modernity. One way out, and he almost torn the righteous path. The internal conflicts on the righteous path are now very aggravated. And the name of the one who started it is Qianfan. Less than half a year, he reached the first place in his stage, entered the rating of Qinhua. And after entering the burial ridge, he also changed the rules and structure of this place. Therefore, the holiday was convinced that our main character was not as simple as Jianxia seemed to. Like the current Heavenly Empress, the consumption of ghost soldiers is quite significant. The girl grew up and became as stubborn as her mother. Uncle headed to leave the cave. From the outside, everything was filled with purple light. On a wasteland, littered with old bones, sat the Lord of the Tomb. A man went to him. But the monster was not tuned on a friendly visit. After the disruption of the hands, everything around the gap and the guest flew a few meters. Uncle Lin noted that they were the owner of the neighbors for so many years, and he still considers the formalities. While everything was burning, the palace building appeared on the horizon. The woman's head closed her eyes over the monster's head. The man got a dagger and cut his palm. Blood began to drain with a thick trickle. Within a few moments and places where the drops touched the land, the soil began to diverge. Covered with fire, selected outside the ghost soldiers. 8 warriors and their commander were kneeling before the man. He was embarrassed because he expected to see a numerous army. Meanwhile, our main character sat next to Lin and laughed. He was wondering that the girl's uncle would be felt to find out that a bunch of his seemingly immortal ghostly soldiers died. At one of the transitions, Jianxia shouted at several guards for not able to accomplish their task and maintain defense normally. The man tried to explain that it was not incompetence, but a lack of staff. Previously, each transition had a dozen guards. Now 5 of them for 7 transitions. But it was only more angry with the master. Jianxia was angry that our main character destroys all his plans. He lured people, so now the master had to find new ones to keep the line at the transitions. And Bai the Noem quickly retreated. One of the guards said timidly that he seems to know how to get out of this dead end. The man said Qianfan relied on his big resources. Therefore, if they devastate them, the cultivators will immediately return to Jianxia. On the forest path, the guy cultivator finished the battle with the monster. He cut his body with a sword. Wiping sweat from the forehead, he said that he finally completed a set of azure streaming light armor. Other cultivators appeared behind. They noted that these are high-class artifacts that can only be forged by artifactors. So they congratulated their brother and said they would be waiting in the armor on the battlefield. At the exchange point, one of the cultivators had a lot of points, so he exchanged them for many subjects. And among them, the azure flowing armor of light. Our hero noted that the man has a great catch. Probably killed many enemies. He then published artifacts and called the next. This was seen by a cultural guy who recently completed the collection to get these armor. He shouted loudly. Then he fell down and began to see that his armor was exchanged, but he worked so hard on it. A guy approached the man who purchased armor. He said that the armor approached the technique of cultivating his brother, so he asked to give an artifact, but received a refusal. Another young man approached and, squeezing his fists, suggested that the armor forcefully pick up. But the cultural guy stopped him. He kneeled and said that he probably was not destined to become the owner of these armor. It's time to put up with this. Lu Qianfan watched it and then asked that 3 of them were wrong. The boys said that the items they needed were already exchanged. Our hero assured that even if someone exchanged those armor, they can do it too. And until the boys could understand what the language was about, Lu took the armor and lifted up. 3 boys stood, swinging their mouths. Our protagonist smiled and added that hard work here always justifies himself. Yi Jianxia stood near the mountain of artifacts brought by the security guard and laughed. He liked the idea of exchange in Qianfan everything so that the fraudsters' cultivators no longer get good items. The master asked if all the scoundrels had already parted from there. However, the man said awkwardly that our young man carries with him too many things. It was angry with the man. He turned and quickly went away, saying that he would kill the monsters. The young gentleman was sitting on a tree branch and watched as Jianxia crashed with a group of monsters. He now realized why one group was so active lately and has been constantly exchanging many items. It turned out that the master pumped them. He may have passed a difficult psychological path, but with his help, our hero will be able to relax even more. After the words that it would soon depend on the system, the lady was angry and reminded of the promise made by the young man. But, looking at the battlefield, Qianfan noted that this efficiency was not Jianxia, but their #1 grinder. The systemic spirit and the young man were engaged in cultivation of resources. When asked whether this is enough, the girl agreed and explained that only pure souls were needed because others have attributes. Since the yin-ki of the soldiers' souls will over time eat the environment, it was decided to isolate them here in the illusory world. There, they had no way to harm. Tianfan thought that yin-ki from the damaged areas is quite dense. Therefore, the carrier suggested that the system use it to cultivate resources of the underworld. But she approved this idea. The systemic lady could not believe that her ruler finally began to use her brain to generate a plan that was working. But hope quickly disappeared. The young man said that when he gets out, he will hire people who will separate the land and cultivate resources in the illusory world. It will be a department of illusory land resources. The young gentleman sat, thinking when a security guard for artifacts appeared before him. He examined a list of available items and pointed his finger that he wanted to get this time. Our hero smiled cunningly and noted that a few more such visits and the man will take away all the preservation. Then the man returned and told Yi Jianxia about what happened. He asked if these words were exactly what these words were. But there was no mistake. The guard said that people come to the tomb spine for treasure. Having storage artifacts, they keep the space empty to collect things. And Lu is strange because everything does the opposite. But the master replied that he was indifferent to the thoughts of our young man. After they completely clean it, it will be interesting to look which trumps will remain in the guy. Too actively, one of the guards began to annoy his colleague. The man understood that he was losing confidence, so you could not allow the partner to be so smug. He approached the man, put his hand on his shoulders, and asked friendly what treasures he exchanged today. But the guard gloomily noted that nothing would fit a friend. All this belongs to their master Jianxia. But his friend did not retreat. He noted that the mentor did not even look at these items. And then he suggested to choose a few for himself. The master won't even notice it. But only this thought penetrated into the head of the man. He began to agree as his partner began to swell and exploded, flying into pieces. The guard calmly removed his hand from his shoulder, who was still there, and dropped to the ground. He only said he did not allow permission to touch himself. And then he looked up, smiled, and said that he finally could not sit still. Uncle Lin Wallen levied high in the sky. He was surrounded on all sides by bizarre eyes, which were observed at all that happened below. The man summarized that their old neighbor was still very bad, and then, surrounded by the souls of ghost soldiers, told them that he needed a little time. The Empress loudly shouted the name of our main character, and at the same moment, she had to defend herself from the attack of her uncle. Lu Qianfan quickly arrived to help. In the midst of the battle, he took the girl directly from under the opponent's nose. The man stopped and said with a smile that the niece was well trapped by her satellite. Jianxia, meanwhile, fought with ghost soldiers. But suddenly he noticed Lu and Lin, who fled from his uncle. But he did not have time to shout that our young man would do his business, as he noticed that someone was rushing to him. The girl's uncle noticed the corpses of his soldiers, and knowing. Now his attention was focused on the killer of members of the army. And for a moment, two strong rivals began their confrontation. From the outbreak of their energy, everything around was filled with light. Lu Qianfan watched a fight behind a tree. He was fond of man's courage. But he and the bride had to get out of there. And the cultivator of the sword, meanwhile, resisted his enemy. He was amazed at what a strong rival, and no less surprised that he had appeared here. When Jianxia flew with his swords, he noticed our boyfriend, who adjusted to the top of one of the blades. The master did not like this trick, but Qianfan didn't worry. However, the young gentleman made several compliments of the steepness of the warrior. When the dust broke around, the uncle was left alone. He thought that he did not go out for too long because the sword cultivators became so strong. The man looked up and, seeing the trace of the fugitives, decided that he could hit twice more, having such observation from above. He extended his hand forward and released after the heroes, the wind that struck as if the blade. Our protagonist suggested that everyone combine efforts and make a strong jerk forward. It could help everyone escape, but their opponent was not going to give them the opportunity to escape. He threw them a surprise again. The flames were approaching. Qianfan with the bride was still enveloped in a protective shield. They tried to jam to Jianxia so that he would come closer to them, but it was too late. The guy shouted that he did not want to die because he had not yet inherited. However, in a minute, the flames completely absorbed, leaving only ashes. Our hero returned to the girl and stated that his plan had fallen, and he involved the Empress. but the girl said she would get out and return with her real body. The young man added that he got a lot, though he was here for his protection. Since there were neither landscapes nor entertainment in this place, he wanted to get out for a long time. But they just couldn't go, because they wanted both to suffer the enemy. So they decided to implement this plan together. Lu asked the system to squeeze the true essence of this cultivator of demons to apply against an uncle and to cause maximum harm. The systemic lady noted it was too risky. However, she liked the idea and she immediately began to bring her to life. Uncle did not take a serious attempt to resist him seriously. He just smiled, saying it was a senseless struggle. However, the force of resistance was quite powerful and surprised it. Everything around has absorbed chaos and destruction. Jiangxia, after returning loudly, shouted curses and threats that he had not yet finished with our protagonist. People around recognized the representative of the sword of this generation. Since the opening time of the transition has not yet come, probably the master died to get out. Everyone was in a hurry to look what would happen next. The man continued to shout while demanding a meeting with Lu Qianfan. This requirement slightly puzzled the personal assistant and the divine guard, Hu Gao. In asked if her owner is now in the grave ridge. But Jiangxia did not believe that the guy could escape in such circumstances, so he decided to wait for him here. The crowd said that the family representative suffered great losses. The cultivator of the stage of the lighting mirror ranked high in the list, so his blow was incredibly powerful. People continued to whisper that the Swords family was always proud and lonely, and the unification of forces with the Lu family was a surprise. The crowd was also interested in which the mess was lost by both boys. Hearing all this, Jiangxia could not stand. He began to shout that anyone would not unite with Lu Qianfan would always be his relentless enemy. The defender of the generation of the Sword Clan, meanwhile, approached the boy and asked angrily what had happened. He heard the story of an extremely strong creature that was pursued by the young man in the grave ridge. The guard asked if the Dao's inheritance managed, but Jiangxia could not boast about it. He was angry with the man. He began to shout that this inheritance was extremely important. The guide justified that while in the spine, he worked hard for him all the time. The ex-Hu Gao and In silently watched this scene. The defender did not stop and asked why the young man, knowing his importance, intervened in the affairs of our main character. But Jiangxia himself would like to know this answer. He still did not understand why he was involved in conflict. Then the guy pointed to the subordinates of Lu Qianfan and added that when he came out and stands in front of him, everything would be in place. The Swords Guard appeared to the Hu Gao and In and invited the young gentleman to explain, as different families have set the engagement trial to avoid early fights between students in the funeral ridge. At that moment, someone put his hand on his shoulder and said that these words were impressed that the Lu family is usually very powerful and arrogant. Turning, the defender of the sword saw the angry head of the long-lived family, whom he had just so disrespectfully mentioned in a gust of anger. Wuji asked, since this clan of the sword began to follow the trend of these holy lands and learn their manner. After calming down, the father of our hero ordered no longer to spot his family's reputation. The defender of the sword was respectfully bowed, acknowledging that he was inappropriate. Then Lu Wuji asked if Qianfan came out, because everyone was waiting for explanations. She assured him that the true body of the young owner was checked. It is stable and has no sign of a way out. Jiangxia screamed that it was impossible because he saw the young man swept the flames. In addition, he burned down in a moment, and our main character was in the same kingdom. And the young gentleman, in the meantime, got out of the ground and got his bride. He noted that this wave was really risky. Lin Wallen was unconscious. The guy put a side-by-side and noted that they looked like black babies now. The systemic spirit said that her carrier had won a couple. The cultivator from the immortal kingdom dealt with the puppet of this imposter and gave the boy peace. Then our hero absorbed the body of Lin and asked how things are in the system and whether there are mistakes. She assured that everything was harmonious and there is nothing to worry about. The systemic lady added that Lu should restore her doll body as soon as possible. It is not only necessary to risk it to fall first. The descendant of the noble family Lu has agreed that some amendments needed to be made. First, you had to find a place where you could install a barrier. Qianfan came to the cave in which the bear lived. Other animals were treated like a king. They were brought food rolled up with leaves. The pills that the young man once gave was made from the king's beast. Seeing at the entrance to his den of our hero, the bear was not happy. He even thought of throwing a boy from here, but then he remembered what could happen for the following behavior. Lin with a sword and a fiery accompaniment will make him damage the committed. Qianfan also offered pills, and it was very difficult to resist such a proposal. And after a moment, the surprised animals saw how their formidable king, like a nobleman, lay down to a young owner. In the pavilion of the clear wind, a spy reported that he saw only the burned ground at the battlefield. The traces on the soil indicated that someone's puppet substitute was destroyed. Bai the Nine noted that only large families have the right to use puppets, but not many who can release such power. She suggested that Jiangxia and Qianfan collided. There were indeed traces of the Tao sword. The interlocutor added, if the boys met, then Yi probably lost. The girl laughed. She suggested that if the young man was thrown out of the tomb spine so early, he would be a smile. Then she thought. This time, the battle was much larger. The woman thought whether Qianfan could hide true strength and whether there was a gap between the upper-rank cultivator and so large. Then the Holy Virgo asked the interlocutor whether they found out where the Jilong Palace was located, but no one saw him since he went to the funeral ridge. The girl was surprised. She hoped that with his character, he would break this plethoric situation. Then, Bai Thien ordered the investigation and find out who was liquidated. The interlocutor asked if the treasure exchange should be taken if Jiangxia himself dropped. But the Holy Virgo refused. She thought that they needed to overestimate the power of this young master from the Lu family. He hides well, but his plans were unknown. And our main character, meanwhile, rested and restored strength in the soft fur of a huge bear. All he wanted at that moment is to find a place where you can dive into a hot spring and eat a barbecue. The systemic spirit reproached the boy for waste of such value pills. Qianfan explained that he used this place to escape from the darkness, so he considered it advisable to pay at least rent. Then the young man returned to the girl and asked how she placed Lin. The systemic lady replied that the fragment of the soul was well preserved. There should be no problems with its support for some time. Recently, when they were running away, the young gentleman voiced his unexpected idea to die near her. The girl's plan first was that the opponent was looking for death, and then her true body would enter the grave spine. However, Qianfan decided to falsify her death. The illusory world can absorb pure souls and temporarily protect these fragments. When her puppet is almost destroyed, the guy will absorb a fragment of Lin's soul. After that, they will need to restore the replacement. The Empress was worried about how to deceive their uncle. He waits, but will eventually find her in a funeral ridge. Lu replied that sometimes seeing to believe. So you just need to enhance the impression. Our heroes would be able to completely dispel the opponent's caution only when he personally see that they have no choice. But Qianfan did not expect the failure would be so close. Although they even warned the Lord of the Tomb Spine and destroyed it, he stole the quota of the Divine Dynasty to take this doll. Now that a small account has disappeared, it can only use its main accounting, hiding in the city. Uncle of the Empress watched it. He said in depressed that the destruction of one of his replacement dolls has added confidence to our hero. Then he approached the owner of the spine and noted that he did not vainly donated a puppet to test him. It turned out that resources were really not enough. The system spirit asked the carrier about further plans. He said that before opening the city, they need to collect the risen soil from the husk, because the restoration of its puppet or Lin is not a simple task. While the descendant of the noble family Lu was only tired of his thoughts, the security guard, one of the people of Jiangxia, watched him carefully. He was amazed at the peace of our main character. Even given the situation in which he found himself, the young man still has no hurry. The guy was riding on a bear's when the beast stopped, looking intently forward. Then the beast began to grow threatening, feeling the danger. Returning to the ruler of the spine, Uncle Lin completely felt his anger. The demon extended his hand and directed the destructive force on the cultivator, who noted that their neighborhood relations had completed. The flames covered, the man began to shout to open the city and entered the fight using his power. Meanwhile, Our main character on the bears felt dangerous. Right in front of them appeared a monster with the body of a wolf and a purple head. The descendant of the noble family Lu first thought it was part of the plan and a good way to deliver it to your destination. But when the monsters became more and all of them flew directly to them to destroy, it became clear that Qianfan was wrong. After evaluating the situation, the young gentleman told the bear that there are too many opponents. The best solution is to run as far as possible. But then it happened a little strange. The young man escaped from the pursuers and suddenly saw that the chimeras overtook them and escaped from something. Lu Qianfan tried to understand what was happening, why the enemies decided to leave their victim. And when he turned, he saw the city in a bright light. The guy smiled and said that now no need to worry when looking for a city. After all, it came to him. The next moment, the young man simply dragged into the city. And the bear, falling to the ground from fear, closed his paws. In a few minutes, everything came into place, as if nothing happened. The bear stood up and tried to find his master. But there was no trace left of the boy. Qianfan sat with a glass in his hand, deeply immersed in his reflections. Suddenly, he heard that someone was calling. He came to his senses and saw that Yu Huan was sitting with a girl and there was food and drinks on the table. The young man asked what the young gentleman thought about. Our hero waved that everything is fine. He dropped on the sofa's back and watched the girls dance. But he could not get rid of the feeling that he had forgotten something. But then he decided not to torment himself because the memories did not return. The young man lifted a glass to his mouth and made a sip. Having cheered up in a company of friends, a descendant of a noble family Lu, and did not notice how a systemic lady appeared in front of him. She was angry with Lu Qianfan, and it really worked. Our protagonist began to come to his senses. He woke up in the same old wound clothes with wounds on the body. And when she saw a systemic house in front of him, she said that the guy was no longer sleeping. There was a glowing golden shadow nearby. Lu asked if it was luck. After all, she was very different from what the guy imagined her. It was more like a dream. The girl explained that one of the functions of the fortune of the divine dynasty is the creation of illusory dreams for people. If it was not for the method that our hero left to wake up, he would have been trapped for a long time. The guy asked if it was not a fake. It seemed strange to him that such luck could support Qingchen. The spirit replied that the emotions he feels are real. When people are calm, the country thrives. Then the systemic lady asked what dream he dreamed of a carrier. The dreams created by luck make it possible to meet their secret instincts and desires. Her master closed her eyes and said it was a dream about his ordinary life, nothing special. He drank wine and rest. The systemic spirit noted that it really does not know what to call the hero, whether the unity of knowledge and actions or master of the art of idleness. Lu Qianfan looked out the window and saw an empty street illuminated by red flashlights. One of these hangs in front of his house. Then the guy saw the man approaching the house nearby and knocked on the door. After it was released and closed, the flashlight near the room that was still not inflamed was covered with red. The houses in which the light was burning were marked with people. It became interesting for our hero why to lure all these people to the city, not only to see sweet dreams. The systemic spirit explained that this is where large ambitions are involved. The owner wants to use this incomplete condition to change the tomb spine. With the seal of the spine outside and the wealth of the divine dynasty inside, his own world will become invincible. So it is clear that he is hiding here for so many years because he wants to steal the nest. Qianfan asked if the cultivator of the immortal kingdom would allow the lord of the spine to do whatever he wanted. The girl assured that he took action and ordered the carrier to look straight. The streets wandered the demon with 4 hands. The ephemeral state can turn into a city only when there will be enough people. If people go, then the settlement will dispel. The young man realized that the hidden city had unfolded only when the Tombsy Ridge opened, because he was deserted himself. The girl confirmed this. Meanwhile, when the monster touched the buildings, his body flashed with fire. The city protected its people. The systemic spirit noted that the boy needs a large amount of risen soil to restore his physical body. So now there was a wonderful chance. Qianfan agreed that the opportunity was really successful. The young gentleman started hunting monsters. It worked. Each destroyed ghost rival has added more and more power to our hero. Breathing around the corner, the guy felt that using a hidden thunder mascot after losing a backup power is quite difficult. But the descendant of the noble family LU had plenty of pills. The young man got a jar with them and united the lid. Having fueled with energy and force, he spoke to the demon, ready to work. After all, the essence of cultivation and improvement in constant work. Having gained a whole bag of trophies, our main character smiled happy. He was more than arranged by the result of his efforts. The spirit warned that he was careful, because his lantern would soon go out. Her carrier replied that he had already collected a lot of risen soil from the husk, so it's time to find a new place to repair his puppet. The young man jumped from the roof to the roof until he chose the place that arranged it. Then he jumped into the house through the window. But when he was on the floor, he realized in surprise that there was already someone here. A girl was sitting in the dark room. The guy apologized for breaking the window because he was too rushed. But the girl did not notice him. She came to the window and successfully plays an invisible instrument. Qianfan noted that this fortune is really strange because it makes people play air guitars. The systemic lady reported that it was necessary to recover the body quickly. It is still necessary to pick up the Empress to fight for the ownership of this city. Qianfan noted that they need to turn luck. They need to find the main body of an incomplete fragment of fortune. It is also necessary to collect more soil and restore the Lin puppet. Our main character went on the road. The young gentleman has chosen an aerial snake, a rather difficult tactic that combines attack and evasion. The player's escape route blocked rivals. If he doubts at least for a moment, he will be surrounded by pursuers. But our hero decides to jump over the invasion of monsters. The descendant of the noble family LU cleverly jumping along the roofs of the houses, leaving his monster rivals far below. Everything ended successfully. The young gentleman landed smoothly. His exact jump out the window brought the player 100 points. Looking back, the guy saw that there was a man in this house. The man was lying on the bed, but Qianfan couldn't worry about it now. At first, it was necessary to deal with the case. The young man got a fragment of Lin Wallen's soul and started working to restore the Empress. The man who lay quietly all this time on the bed rose and prepared to use force against our main character. At the last moment, the systemic lady managed to warn her carrier about the danger. The guy unfolded around himself a protective shield. Helian Kung Fu from the Dragon Palace noted that our hero is quite a convincing fighter. He thought with annoyance that the planned blow to the back failed.